there. Keep it up. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead. Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile awaiting. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
It's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
there. Keep it up. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead. Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile awaiting. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
there. Keep it up. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead. Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile awaiting. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
small lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile awaiting. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Garena Masters 5 Ever Triumph. It's Group B heading on to the stage here today, and we got Cali Gaming. Of course, Beef Mammy joining you for today's show. And how are you feeling, Beef Mammy?
Oh man, we're riding on a high from yesterday, day number 8 of the group stage, and day number 4 for Group B to try and I guess get a lot of these points down, because yesterday we kind of had an answer as to, okay, who are the top teams that are going to make it. Here on the other side of things, I feel like it's a little bit more unstable just because you have so many giants going up against each other. And me and Neptune were actually joking around Cali yesterday. This seems like the grand finals already. The top 4 going against each other in the first 2 matches, and in the bottom half, it's going to be the bottom 4. So it'll be an action-packed Friday.
I mean, we're going to be starting on a high note once again with Smart Omega taking on WPM LOWKINGS, and these teams have a lot of history and rivalry in the line. So having to see them later on today here, we will see and we will find out who's going to take the #1 spot, because WPM LOWKINGS is still standing undefeated here. Same thing can be said with EZR BOOKY. And well, there's so much to see today. Let's take a look at our tournament format, because there's going to be a lot in store here at stage 3 of Garena Masters 5, because this is just the start of what's more to come. After we drop here at the group stage with 16 teams, the top 4 of each group claims their spot at the playoffs, where we will get our finalists that will be moving on to the stage 4 of Garena Finals, as well as the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters 5 champion, Beef Mammy.
This is the creme de la creme here of Garena, especially in our region, MYSG and PH, where we started off in stage 1 with ranked gameplay. Hundreds, if not thousands, of players tried to qualify into stage 2, and where you were able to play with your friends, group up together, and this is where it boils down to. What are they even playing for? Obviously, they're trying to win some of that money, as we're going to be seeing the prize pool that we've been kind of showing you guys the past few days of this broadcast broadcast already, a lion's share of $25,000. But you will see that first place, 10,000 USD. We already kind of calculated how much that was yesterday. If you put that into peso Cali, that's a lot of money. But again, most importantly is the placements that you'll have in the playoffs, eventually in stage 4, and then represent the 2 teams for stage 5.
Yeah, obviously, this is going to be the start of the domino effect. As much as possible, you would want to get that first place, not just because you're going to get that money, but you need that momentum to carry over towards stage 4 so that once you go up against the best teams in its region here at the Garena region, you're going to have an edge over them. And not to mention, second place, third place, fourth gets a lump sum of money here as well. And these are just the prizes that they're going to fight for. They're also fighting for pride to be the #1 team at the Garena MSP server, Malaysia, Singapore, and the Philippines. And now we take a look at our qualified teams here. We saw Group A go head-to-head yesterday, and it was just all one-sided matchup. But here, as we move into Group B, as we mentioned earlier at the start of this live stream, we got the top 4 of the Garena MSP server all in one group. Not to mention, we still have DVK Oblivion here, which has a strong case of getting themselves a redemption season if they can get their next few wins here at the schedule that they have.
Yeah. I mean, usually when it comes to Group B, that's what we're talking, kind of like the group of death, just because you see so many huge names. And we're also looking at Broke Boys Club and DVK kind of being in the middle, trying to propel themselves into the playoffs. But we're going to be taking a look at what we have for today, because the bracket is, we've already hyped it. It's insane. It's just absolutely insane. The first 2 matches that we're going to be introing. But before we start with that one, let's look at what we have for the standings right now. As you can see from Group A yesterday, Scotty's going to be still that #1, Jig Jag as well, having no losses. But we're taking a look at what we have for today for Group B. EZR Booky with 3 wins, as well as WPM LOWKINGS. The disappointing part here is Smart Omega was brought down by BBC and having that 1 loss, which is the most surprising here in this group.
And that was like a huge upset, right? I mean, Smart Omega losing to Broke Boys Club just gave them that 1 dent at that loss. And that means that they have to win their next 2 matches up against, again, apart from WPM LOWKINGS, they have to take the win up against E8 Nova, Savage Doctor, as well as DVK Oblivion to secure that #4 spot at the top 4 spot, which is still going to be a high case of them actually being successful. But now that that's in the mix, actually DVK has a strong case for them as well here. Even though they're at the #7 spot here, Beef Mammy, if they get their next 4 wins here, they could fight for a top 4 spot here at Group B.
And that's what we were talking about when it comes to numbers kind of lying to us a tiny bit. DVK Oblivion has been met with such difficult opponents in the first 3 days. So day #4, they get to breathe a tiny bit as they're going up against Impunity later on. But imagine starting off the group stages with #1 with BBC, on your second day the LOWKINGS, and the third day EZR. So they've had the hardest uphill battle here in this group stages. But for them to try and, beat them, that's still a question mark later on for the playoffs, if they even make up. But there you go. As we're talking about all these teams right now, we've been hyping it up in the start of the broadcast. This will be your schedule for the day. We've been saying it a while ago, WPM LOWKINGS and Smart Omega starting things off with a huge bang. The first 2, definitely a lot of people are looking at this EZR Booky versus also the Broke Boys Club, where I think this might go the difference. It really is the difference of just tiny mistakes, steamrolling out of control, but best believe this is the prime for all 4 teams.
Yeah, I mean, Broke Boys Club, when they went up against DVK Oblivion, they just obliterated that squad. But when DVK Oblivion went up against EZR Booky the last time, it was deadly close. DVK almost stole a map from them at that control, and they almost took that hardpoint map as well. So this is going to be my eye-catching gameplay that we're going to have here today's schedule. But first and foremost, WPM LOWKINGS and Smart Omega, these 2 are part of the top 4. But what you want here is that #1 squad, the #1 spot at the Group B, so that your placement by the time you open up the playoffs is going to be a big difference, as you're going to go up against the #4 team at Group A.
And again, we're looking at the bottom of the bracket now. We've been talking about the top 4 squads, which is obviously the first 2 series, but it is going to be important who will try to clinch that top 4 spot up against the Broke Boys Club, because DVK Oblivion is just right there in the horizon that will try to speedrun this tournament from day 4 onwards. And now we're going to see if all of these teams can be as consistent as they could in the first 2 matches of the day. And we're going to be starting things off with Smart Omega. We have Candy, Whoopi, Hydra, Risky, Kevs, and Tin. And these boys want redemption, especially after that loss with BBC. We definitely want to see a little bit more consistency with this team, especially knowing very well that it was a test for them to try and battle out stronger and harder teams here, Callie.
I mean, I'm looking forward to how will Whoopi play this one once again, because at the response, he has been completely doing it all, playing the objective, playing all of the kills, and he has been around. But I need to see more investments here from Idra, because this guy, we all know what he can do, but we need more firepower from him in order for them to survive up against the WPM LOWKINGS, which we currently know so far is a strong respawn team.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really hard. You're going up against the #1 team of Garena at the moment, where they've been winning a lot of the tournaments of past. And now, speaking of, we got the LOWKINGS right now, currently undefeated. And when it comes to it, they've been a hot, blazing team since the start of the year with Yopi, PJ, Chloe, Luffy, Sasano, and obviously Coach Alea to kind of lead his team. And you already know how talented of a coach he is. And now for the LOWKINGS, all that they have to do is keep playing their game. We don't want to see them be a group stage team. We want them to be consistent. We've already seen it from teams of the past, similar to what Jigjag was before, where they do amazing when it comes to the group stages. But when it comes to the playoffs, that's when they kind of falter. So we need to see this kind of consistency and firepower. And honestly, for me, they just needed a little bit more diversity in that control map pool. But I mean, I'm trying to write down all the weaknesses these teams have, but that's the only thing I could see.
Yeah, I mean, the control, they only play raid, absolutely, and it's not their fault. They kept on getting dragged at raid, thinking that they're gonna lose that map, but unfortunately for them, no, raid is their best map. So if you are Smart Omega right now, we need to see that raid control banned out of the game, because you're gonna put yourselves into a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, try to figure out how to do those maps and modes. And speaking of, there you go,
Oh my
LOWKINGS,
God.
unfortunately, going to be winning that coin toss. And they're going to bring out Arsenal into the mix. I think this is the first time we've seen Arsenal here in the group stages, Express as well. So this is what was interesting here for Group B. We've been seeing the same maps being played over and over again in the last 3 days, but we finally get to see different kinds of looks. Arsenal, Express, the new maps that we have here for this year's World Championship is definitely a map that can throw off your different competitors here.
Yeah, since Arsenal has shown to be like a very big map, so you have to really rely on those rotations to get you those early rotation wins. And not to mention here at Express, you could either play it so slow with your pacing, or you could just go barge your head inside that ticket booth and just play with your close range. And that's how different this Express map could be. But looking at these maps, most likely, we're going to end up with the split here. A 2-1 is obviously possible with the way the maps are laid out.
I mean, the stats kind of go out the window because we've never seen them play in those 2 first maps. And we do have a response when it comes to that raid gameplay. But the other side of the coin is Smart Omega has never played raid control here in this competition. But if you kind of judge what happened last year and every time that they play in raid control, they are a very good raid control team, especially knowing very well that they're so good when it comes to those angles, knowing where to spawn trap, the right timings and such. The one thing we need to see from Smart Omega right now that we kind of didn't see in their matchup against BBC is their usage of their operator skills, the timing of everything, and that's why BBC was able to kind of catch up for the points, because for the longest time, Smart Omega had the lead in Hardpoint Apocalypse. Smart Omega had the lead as well in their Crossroads Strike. Oh, just needed to win one more round. So that definitely something didn't click in that gameplay.
I mean, at some point, of course, you have to bring out that operator skills as well. But for me, it has to be that mental game here for Smart Omega. You already had an opportunity to close out that hard point at Apocalypse. But yeah, mistakes were made, and you just gotta cut your losses and just worry about the second one, right? They did win that S&D slums, but at that control where you think they're about to mow down BBC, they lost 3 rounds straight, which is unforgivable for a team that has a lot of talent. That mental game has to be on point today up against WPM LOWKINGS.
Difficult, man. I mean, when you're smart Omega right now, you just want to have that redemption, because 2-1, dropping the ball twice like that in that game, it's just very difficult to have, especially heading on towards the playoffs. Well, yeah, granted, maybe they're a little bit comfortable knowing very well that they could clinch the top 4 spot, but we're still seeing DVK right there in the horizon. It's still very doable for them to possibly get into that top 4 if BBC is gonna falter later on. But yeah, we're finally starting it off. I'm so excited. We're seeing 2 maps that we haven't seen in this tournament. Arsenal is a huge map that a lot of these teams have still yet to try and convince themselves, okay, we got to rotate early, especially from P2 to P3. But for now, we're going to be starting things off. And with Smart Omega being on the right side of the map, they need to find a way to control the left side.
Yeah, obviously here so far it looks like they're gonna get themselves into a mix inside of the point as they go there back and forth, get those kills. But initial kills will be made here by WPM as they get that early hold. Smokes is there to cover up the vents as well as the window, and you can see Smart Omega going for a wraparound, looking to try to get this pinch. But you can see the setup from WPM right now, all corners being covered.
Oh man, you almost saw a pinch coming in from Smart Omega as player number 5, Idra, tried to go in there for the pins. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to be winning the gunfight, as it is going to be close trying to get these kills from up close that WPM LOWKINGS is just so good at obtaining. And now the push coming in from Smart Omega, they need to find a way to wait for player number 4. That will be risky in order to get a successful pinch, but they're just not winning their close range engagements.
Yeah, just a step too late there on those rotation. Risky could have popped in outside of that window to get those close range combat locked in for Smart Omega to get the scrap time here at this P1. But of course, that will not be the case here. So now you're looking at a play that you have to set up early on towards this P2, and you can see that they have 2 players set up inside, but Desanus did try to get that clean, but eventually will get shot down, and Omega will have a better setup here at this P2. They got all covers entered up, but you can see they let go of the backside, and that's where WPM LOWKINGS is trying to hit.
I mean, right now for WPM LOWKINGS, they have the more favored spawn. They have robots down. They'll be able to get tower control as well, but player number 2, PJ, is gonna give them a very hard time. The pinch gonna ensue. The flip as well, as WPM LOWKINGS maintain control of the objective once more. Not just that, also that spawn that they definitely wanted. 24 seconds left on the clock, and Smart Omega is going to be leaving this hill a little bit too early, uncontested, as they rotate for next. Yes, it is important to go rotate because this is the farthest hardpoint rotation you have here in Call of Duty Mobile, but they're just giving away free points, and 60 to 25 is going to be your scoreline rotating into P3.
And now the exit kills here. Exit fills going in for WPM LOWKINGS. It looks like they're trying to go in for that guns and artilleries to try to get that hit. Exceptionally done at the top. And you can see number 3 in blue. That's going to be Luffy trying to set up the flank here. And they all go down. So Omega wins their early hold. They just have to invest in operator properly. They take one away that's contesting the hill. And they're going to open up the hill with them inside.
And yeah, you can already see that the operators are going to be coming out for WPM LOWKINGS and Smart Omega as well. It's just a matter of who's going to be winning those engagements at the moment. Open hardpoint, still trying to battle for that control for those spawns. And so far, it will be Smart Omega having the more favorable spawn right here by Staircase and by Flowers, where you have a shorter distance when it comes to going in there. But Yopi getting a big 2-piece. Make that a 3, make that a 4, almost a 4th. Only being given by that assist, and Idra responds back. But Smart Omega, their play is going to be quelled right now by WPM. A really good break and usage of their operators.
Yeah, you're going to get the wraparound, especially with that claw, right? The bullets just ricochet, and everybody from Smart Omega just got taken down over towards FP3. And you really had to worry about going in for that early rotation just to get bullied away by the time the initial 20 seconds popped in towards the P3. But I hear at P4, you have a chance to make amends. You already got 4 players stuck inside at hardpoint. But the question here is, are you able to stand? Because WPM has just been so good at breaking this hill. Early rotations doesn't matter for them because they can trust that flood in to go through so that they can stack and score more points inside the hill.
Here we go though, Smart Omega being able to try and pinch their way in through the hill, but they are losing that gunfight, especially on that left side by Subway. They still have a shot though. If they maintain that barrel control and window control, they're gonna be able to get that. And finally, they have a hold of this hard point, and everyone else from WPM LOWKINGS is gonna be spawning off into that left side of the map, which is definitely a little bit more difficult as they're spawning right on top of one another, proving to be very difficult, especially with Tin with the equalizer. With 12 seconds left on the hill though, he's gonna try to find these rotational gunfights into P5, where he's gonna be greeted by absolutely nobody.
Yeah, and then now obviously for Risky, a big kill here to set up and open that P4 here at the cafeteria. And now that's gonna happen. They're gonna be able to get that early rotation in here once again. And you can see they have a sanctuary here by Thin as he investing in that equalizer. But Susano's got the better operator skill at the moment, as he managed to break the hill right in time. 5 kills for him to open up this cafeteria, and that score just continues to grow. Smart Omega so far out of the hard point in here right now.
I mean, it's just so difficult. Susano right there trying to cut that rotation off as the equalizer is going to go out. It's going to run out of juice, but he's still on a rampage. Also having that hunter-killer drone ready to play with. Gets that information down, still able to shred, and this guy's on a rampage, able to get himself that EMP. 161 and 64 is going to be your scoreline, and he's still shredding, man, on a 5 spree, and he's going to be ready with another Predator missile at this point. A solid P5 hold for WPM LOWKINGS, as they just know very well how to play Arsenal down to the T.
You mean you just really have to realize how much Susano got, you realize how much kills Susano had on that hard point. I believe it was more than 10 kills, 5 with that equalizer and 5 more with that raw vanilla gun, and it just made sure that WPM LOWKINGS score just continues to grow, as they have perfectly set up here at this P1 once again to take down the guy holding down the open. And PJ looking to try to extend out here at guns and artilleries to find the players going in for those contests, and they are just lighting up Smart Omega, textbook in these rotations.
Smart Omega tried to go in there for that window control, but unfortunately for them, they just went in there one by one, and PJ was able to eliminate those 2 players all on his own. And now we do get to see Smart Omega kind of scrambling just a tiny bit to get a little bit of control here, trying to contest, and you want to end all of this in P1. Unfortunately for them, it's not possible for WPM LOWKINGS to try and end this here in P1. The rotation for next has to ensue, but the fact that Smart Omega couldn't even touch this for a long time just really goes to show how well WPM actually knows this map. And as we see again, another early setup from Smart Omega, it's just a matter of how long can they even hold this down.
And you can see PJ already wrapping around the yellow here, and he's gonna be that playmaker to open up this hard point and try to break Smart Omega's early rotation. Yopi here investing in the claw just to try to stop the push coming in at that angle here at the artilleries. He does find a lot of value off of this operator as he finds the opening for WPM to get inside the hill. Just 5 more points, and Smart Omega, their last player near the point, will get taken down, and WPM welcomes Smart Omega to the 100-point club. Free membership access.
That is just signed, sealed, delivered. Thank you so much, GG. Well played. WPM LOWKINGS just showed how dominant they are here in Arsenal, and the fact that they have the upper hand of winning that coin toss as well to dictate where everything was gonna go. It just really shows that Omega needs to find a way to play Arsenal, because they know when to rotate usually, but I feel like that P2 to P3 rotation was a little bit too early in the first set. But it's just so difficult to see how far the scoreline actually is. Like what you mentioned already before, Whoopi is going to be the leader of his team to try and get as much slays as they can, but everyone else is going to be at the negative for Smart Omega.
And Kev's just come in here, triple negative. You can't really allow that to happen, honestly, knowing that he only had a single-digit kill here, and that's not gonna help the squad, knowing that he's one of the slayers for Smart Omega in terms of playing this respawns. And you're gonna have to, you know, cut your losses here. You already lost this map number 1. Just gotta worry about that next map at Express, where you had an opportunity to take down WPM LOWKINGS and a slow-paced game. But obviously here, you really have to highlight Susano, especially that investment with that operator, that equalizer at that first set P4, where he at least got 10 kills all by himself, even unlocking that Predator missile to eventually grow that lead even further and take the map away from Smart Omega.
It's just so surprising that Omega was just outslayed by that much. It seems very much unlike them to have deaths like that. So it really is a huge deal if you're playing in a map that you're not familiar with. You don't know what kind of angles you're going to be taking. So they definitely know, obviously, they've studied this, but it just seems like WPM just knows it a little bit more, just a touch more, because they were even late on the rotations, but they were still winning off the break. They know when to kind of time those operators really well. So that's what we like to see here in Arsenal. You can already tell how well it can snowball out of control for a lot of these teams. And it's the first time that we're seeing this map here. Wanted it to be a little bit closer, but unfortunately this is kind of the reality of the situation here. Smart Omega needs to go and bounce back here into the side, but Express will be part now of our map pool, the first time that we're seeing here in S&D. And you know what, Callie? I feel like this will be a close one.
And most likely, it's going to be ending up with the Susano versus Whoopi in those early engagements, as these two have been locked in with that sniper for each of the squads. And it's going to be them that will have to win those first bloods, get that opening pick so that they can eventually get more numbers inside of the game, as well as positionings inside of the map, which are going to be essential, especially when you're attacking here. For Smart Omega, you need to get that mid-map control right off the bat. You need that opportunity to get the ticketing as well as the tower in your favor so that you can really plant that bomb.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the attacking side, it just really matters as to how well your post-plan situation can be. If you want to go in for alpha, if you want more aggressive look, you need to find a way to stop a potential flank, because Express is just so known to have a nasty flank. So you need to find a way to do flank control. Also, the most important part, early game, you need to find a way to kind of cut your rotation of your opponent in through that mid side, in through the train side, and just put one person that can handle, possibly even hold like the R9 in hand. We've seen so many moments inside the train. The R9 is just going to be on your face, or even put them in through tower side just to really have those close quarters combat on lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, those R9Ds give you so much flashbacks. It hits like a freight train, honestly. And we've seen a lot of global players actually utilize that in this map, knowing how well it can do in terms of those close range engagements. So I'm looking out forward to who will play that for Smart Omega, or who will play that for WPM LOWKINGS. Obviously, for WPM, it could be Yopi, as he's more of the heavy hitter in terms of getting those attacks at close range. And honestly, again, as you said, at the attack side, it will depend on your post plant. And what we know so far for WPM LOWKINGS is they are adept to getting those post plant retakes. They know how to break hills. They know how to break your bomb plant defense. So for Smart Omega, you're never too safe in terms of, you know, putting that bomb down and eventually getting a guaranteed win. You have to make sure that you get all your corners covered up so that you can eventually delete the round away from WPM.
Yeah, that is kind of like scary to know that your opponent has so many answers to your potential plays.
Yeah.
Either it be before a plant, pre-plant, post-plant, they have an answer to everything. But it is Smart Omega. For sure, they're going to try to find a way to get the better of him here in Express. It could be close. I'm assuming it's either going to go overtime or it's going to be really, really quick like that. I think we're going to find out in the first 3 rounds that we'll see here in Express, knowing very well that it can definitely steam around here. Oh, here we go. Search and destroy in Express. We're finally seeing it here firsthand, and it's nice to see that it is up against these two really talented teams.
Yeah, you're already looking at Whoopi as well as Susano on those first bloods. And you can see that Omega will try to look for a setup here at the A side right off the get-go, as they're looking to get that control over towards towers, where we can see on the other side, Susano's holding on that lane. Still does not have that information, but you can see Nade line up through here for WPM just to try to get some little bit of that info. So Util's going to be used up early here.
Whoopi has his eyes on mid, try to cut that rotation off, but Luffy gets the better of him, and there you go, quick response, and now you're down a man, but it's still gonna give Smart Omega, they still have the upper hand here, as no one else from WPM LOWKINGS is going to overextend just a tiny bit, but player number 3 could be kind of pesky for WPM, that's Luffy, just in case there was a rotation. Susano is right there for the response as well, and now Omega down 2 men.
I mean, this is just a really bad setup here for Omega right now. You lost 2 players, but you're still going to get that plant going. And you're going to have to rely on this 3v5 post-plant defense to try to hold away the push from WPM. They're going to start to strike at the front. They're waiting for number 1 in blue and Yopi to get that rotation over towards the middle so that they can go and push and plot these numbers. But you can see PJ setting it that one up early. Cavs just found that information, should be able to get the relay. Risky gets that kill on to PJ. Kalo finds Risky, and this is just going to be all trades back and forth. But obviously for WPM, having the number advantage, getting a lot more positions covered up, which will give them that flank advantage, gets that first round over towards the side of WPM.
I mean, that is patience also for the LOWKINGS, and even though they did have the first 2 kills, they still did not overextend. They even waited patiently for those last 2 players from that B side to rotate in through mid, which essentially could have been a really detrimental thing if they did lose those gunfights. Here we go. A faster push coming in from WPM LOWKINGS, a different kind of defensive setup, but it will be met by 4 people from Smart Omega as we get to see an exchange finally happen here through ticketing.
Oh, Luffy's just getting those kills locked in here. So far has given himself 3 kills off the start, but you're still going to end up with a 2v1 here, all down to the First Blood Reaper and Whoopi to try to clutch this one up, but Luffy has been able to shut him down, and that's why he's got the nickname, the Terminator. Every time he goes up against Whoopi, he always has the upper hand.
Man, that's so difficult. And every single time, Whoopi is just shut down in every single round that he tries to make a play. A different look now for Smart Omega as they're going to be just quietly going through into mid. 2 players from WPM LOWKINGS are going to be right there and through ticketing. PJ might be the first point of contact, especially since Candy will be right here through overpass. Information given, the flashes are going to go out.
And they have opened it up, but you still gotta worry about Luffy, who's just still lurking around the elevator. Kebs is trying to get that skill over the overpass and will eventually open up this A lane, but his teammate Whoopi has been trying to wind it up, and look at that. Responds with a double kill, gets this first round victory on the attack side for Smart Omega.
There you go. Like what you said, they're winding up. Whoopi's already heating up, getting that beautiful 3K in just that one round. And now, a fast approach going in through Bravo's side. The Departure side is definitely going to be all yellow, but Luffy still gets that first blood. It still won't stop Smart Omega with a plant, though.
Luffy has gotten the numbers over towards Whoopi, but that plant is going to be pushing WPM to play a faster place on this retake. Halo has to win this gunfight, but Risky takes care of him. And this is going to be a 4v3 situation on this post plant. WPM has to rely on Susano to create a play with that sniper while his teammates PJ and Yopi try to navigate around the overpass, which is going to help them on those close range. But you can see Hydra using that locus as well just to try to help and support the team on the long range.
Smart Omega having a crossfire. Hydra going in through that bottom side. Hydra spots him though, but not gonna overextend. You go to me instead, and there you go. Finally, the timing not gonna be right in his favor, and Susano and Yopi able to get their kills down, and unfortunately for Smart Omega, the crossfire did not work out. And it's just a little bit too much. The SMGs and the snipers just doing whatever that they could. Man, I mean, that was a good round for both of these teams. Smart Omega able to push through, even though that the first blood wasn't in their favor. They were able to kind of balance things out, get the plant down, able to get rid of the time, but it's just the WPM winning these gunfights.
Yeah, Risky had like a double kill there by the time that first death came in for Smart Omega to eventually, you know, even out the odds of winning. But then that post plant was really the de facto here. WPM knows the ins and outs and how to get this bomb site retake. And again, another 3v3 situation here. You got Kilo on the flank here at the arrivals. So looking to try to get the pick onto Whoopi, and they're just waiting it around. Diddly D. Oh, the timing works in favor for Kalo as he finds the double.
Man, nice timing for Kalo.
My gosh.
And Omega just cannot catch a break. It's just so difficult. They're trying different looks here, trying out different types of strategies, looking like their Bravo push is just being wrecked apart. And now for Smart Omega, again, try to go in for the attacking side. This will be their last time to go in there, but it is very much well read by WPM LOWKINGS that it will be an A push.
I can see already Yopi being that first guy on top of that towers, Risky trying to get that kill onto him. But Yopi with the turn gets that burn. Risky and Indra go down here, and Omega responds back with their own double. It's just going to be an all-out slugfest here at the A site. Bomb plant going to be answered by Cavs. Will have to back away, which is pretty smart for him, just to try to bait out Susano. But even with that, Susano gets the kill on to Cavs, and this is going to be a 1v2 all down to Whoopi.
Extending, over aggressing. You still have one more teammate in the form of Whoopi to try and give you a lot more of assistance. You have a minute, or had a minute to play with. Bomb is gonna go down, will be retrieved right now and through lockers. He doesn't know whether or not tower is gonna be open. And now Smart Omega just could not clear out tower, and that was the biggest mistake there and through that A side. And now for WPM LOWKINGS, setting their sights in through Bravo instead. And Whoopi will be very much carefully trying to traverse here in through that A side. If only we could have his perspective. Seems like he's not going to be going in through that plant. We'll try to clear the corners first here in through that defensive side overpass instead.
He's kind of going for a flank to flank here, right? So he's waiting for this clock just to tick in and maybe spot out some information and get some sound cues that there's going to be some players going in for those aggressive. But that's not going to be the main case, right? As the clock ticks here down to the final 20 seconds, is going to try to plant that bomb kind of in an open area that could provide him an, like a space here at the overpass. And it's a 1v2. You got Lupi and Susano both wielding at least a sniper. You have a strong chance of getting these kills.
Great timing by Whoopi. All he has to do is play for time. Susano's going to be tagged up. HP going to try to go in regen. Whoopi, on the other hand, does not know where Susano's going to be. He does have sightlines of the bomb. Now he's going to be rushing towards in through that spot. He tries to go in for the engagement. Still playing for time, though. Susano tries to go in there for that fake defuse and the sound cue, but it does not matter. Whoopi again provides a lifeline here for Smart Omega. Very well played.
Yeah, that should be able to give them some sort of lifeline, not just to get more rounds in here, but maybe shift over that momentum to their side as we try to switch the sides here. Now they're going to be starting on the defensive side. Whoopi with the R9, and he's going to be that guy watching that overpass, but he's going to be dealt with here along with his teammates. Never mind, he's going to be staying alive, but that bomb is going to be crossed over towards the B side, and now Smart Omega has to try to pull off a post-plant retake here.
But WPM LOWKINGS, they're a little bit reluctant to go in there for the plant. They're still trying to clear it out, especially waiting for player number 5, that's cool, to give information just in case there will be a rotation from Smart Omega through mid. Bomb finally goes down. Time for Smart Omega to try and go in there for the move. That's player number 4 trying to go in there for that flank, but will be greeted by Chloe.
And Chloe wins that gunfight, and Risky now having to be eliminated has to rely on his teammate to actually push over towards ticketing to try to get this to work. But you're gonna be met with that sniper, and Luffy's just heading over and just having his eyes set on that elevator to go down for Omega, and Kalo dared to clean it up. Kendi gets shot down, and that post-plant defense gonna work out for the side of WPM LOWKINGS, and it all started with Kalo getting that kill on to Risky at the departures.
Smart just did not have any kind of information whatsoever, and the only clue that they could have had was that first blood in through Bravo. And after that, the response was a little bit slow, the rotation that gave WPM LOWKINGS a lot of angles to cover. And now, WPM LOWKINGS just trying to get information before they try to retrieve a bomb and try to go in there for any kind of bomb plant. Player number 3, he will probably be that bomb carrier, but 2 players already go down for Smart.
And this is a huge blow, honestly. It's Risky and Cavs. You really have to rely on these SMGs to try to do the work for you in this close range. And now that's going to be dealt with here. They're giving WPM an even easier job to get this one line up. You can see the cross here being watched over by PJ. Whoopi with that R9 is not going to get that to work as PJ's Fennec is just too fast. And it's all down to Kendi in a 1v5. It takes quite a miracle to actually pull this one off, and you can see that one going through. WPM at match point.
And it just really is patience, and their snipers really just getting that information, knowing very well where to position themselves and throwing different looks. Let's see if it is going to be the same case here, if it will be that Bravo push, as 4-1 split for Smart Omega, 4 in through Bravo, and that one person being Hydra, to give that information down to his teammates that, okay, maybe it's not going to be a B push, might be that alpha push. Now, finally, it's going to be that bomb, gonna be planted really early on here for WPM LOWKINGS.
Now, you're going to have to rely on number 2 in yellow and Kenny to get that flank for you. He's going to be by the overpass, which is going to flank around WPM, but Kalo drops Swoopy, so that long range is not going to be a factor here for Smart Omega anymore. And Luffy's just lurking, stabbing Smart Omega at the back. And if he can get this rotation through, he's going to make the play for his teammates and just eliminate the players off the back. But you can still see Omega just trying to hang on, and they take down the guy at the overpass. Susano has to win this gunfight, and he takes down Kenny to finally win this S&D. 7-2 rounds, 9 rounds of action, and WPM LOWKINGS made Smart Omega look
lost.
Yeah.
They made them look lost in Arsenal. They made them look lost here in Express. There was just no answer whatsoever, whether it was on the defensive side or on the offensive side. And WPM LOWKINGS was not only going in for really good plays, but also winning really essential gunfights for their team. Their timing is just absolutely prime. And one of the things you saw in that last round was Luffy trying to go in there for the flank. We saw Tin, I think was it Tin or it was someone else from Smart Omega or Idra trying to cover that flank, but no, it was Candy. I think it was Candy trying to go in there for the flank. Idra was on the defensive overpass. And it was just, it was textbook for Omega, but if you're going up against a team like WPM LOWKINGS, they're just 2 steps further.
And we saw that here at this game, right? Especially on the defensive side where WPM started out at the first few rounds that we had. And we saw them hit Smart Omega with a lot of post-plant retakes as well as overly aggressive push coming in, not from their SMG, but from their sniper in Luffy and Susano over towards that elevator as well as the overpass. And that right there just ruined the momentum of Smart Omega. We did see Whoopi play great inside his game. We even saw him clutch up a 1v2, but his teammates failing to get a good grasp of the situation not really helped this team at all. They only won 2 rounds. And not to mention, Cabs, Candy combining for 6 kills. And you take a look at Luffy here who has 9. It just speaks facts that the kills are just better for WPM.
Definitely. And it really is just like we say that it's kind of textbook, right, for Smart Omega, but there are also times that the basic things, especially when they were trying to push for that alpha plant, right, they weren't able to check tower. That's one of the few places that you have to check first just in case one person from the opposing team is going to be right there. They weren't able to do it. Bomb carrier was very much aggressive. There was still a chance for them to play that 2v3 or 2v4, but unfortunately, I don't know what it is. Could be the nerves, but it is something that is very much unlike of them to play this kind of search and destroy where you could slow it down. They had a minute to play with. Now that is done. Arsenal 250 and 68, Express 7 and 2, and now we're heading towards Raid, where we already kind of mentioned it before this broadcast. Is WPM LOWKINGS is so good in Raid control, has never dropped a round here.
Yeah, they played it 3 times. They won it. And obviously, it has to start with PJ getting a 20.67 kills per game at this map. And you can also talk about Yopi being that secondary fragger that helps this team create those openings, especially by the gardens at the middle of the map, where obviously it's just going to be an important area to hold in a map like Raid because it controls not just the A side, but as well as the B side.
There's one good thing about Omega right now in Control Raid is that they're very much well versed in this map. So maybe they were thrown off because of the new maps that we had, Express and Arsenal. We haven't seen it. Like what we mentioned already before, we haven't seen much gameplay of it here in Garena Masters 5. And so Raid Control should be in their back pocket. They've played it so many times before, especially in Stage 5, yada, yada, yada. And now they can definitely try and make a comeback here and snatch that control away.
And we're talking about repetitions here, right? And obviously, for Smart Omega, they went in with the best of the best at the World Championship last time and even defeating the EU and the LATAM squads in there with the way they play this Control Raid. So obviously, they're going to start here at the attack side. They're setting out 2 players here right off the get-go, even one pushing at the basketball court. But that soon, would be taken out. But you can see them already creating some segments in towards A, but he's going to be the only guy alive there, and Risky finally getting dealt with opens up this A side towards WPM to finally reduce it down to a reset.
Man, Alpha denied. And now for Smart Omega, Whoopi needs to find a response to the snipers of WPM LOWKINGS as well and try to just create more avenues for his team to go and push. Luffy on the other hand, LK24 in hand will try to shred from the pool side, but it will be decided that Hydra and Whoopi will finally create a pathway in through mid to possibly go in there for a push, but finally some sort of success, but will be met by two more players from WPM LOWKINGS. They know how Smart Omega is moving. First it was Alpha, and now they fully push into Bravo.
And they send out the OP there to be that first line of defense. And when Smart Omega won their gunfights, we saw that the players of WPM were holding head glitches here, especially Susano with that sniper. Beaming down on towards the doorway just makes it so easy for him to get those eliminations. And now you can see Smart Omega panicking here a little bit as they're scrambled around the map, looking for some sense of control, wherein they do not have at the moment.
Mid control is the most important, and finally they have signs of life here, trying to get ticks of progress in through Alpha. 7 seconds is stopped on the clock. It is going to be Money Room that will be blocked by that smoke, and they're hanging on by a thread. But they still don't have any kind of map control whatsoever that will allow WPM LOWKINGS to win it. Only one person will try to make the biggest difference, and now it is shut down. 5 seconds left on the clock, and 5 plays 15. It is just impossible right now for Smart Omega to clinch this attacking round. And the best thing that WPM LOWKINGS did here was just to have control in through mid. They were able to shut down any kind of looks, and they were able to kind of predict where Smart Omega was gonna go. Once they lost the gunfights in Alpha, Smart Omega went through Bravo, but WPM knew that the next point of contest was that Bravo point. Again, 2 steps ahead.
I mean, it was really Yopi there that really signaled and communicated with his squad that there's going to be a push there at this B side. And that's where they got that good read off of those rotation and just really punish Smart Omega. And that last round ending up into time expiration shows how much control WPM LOWKINGS had in terms of the map as well as the eliminations at that round number 1 at the defensive side. But here we are looking at an attack side here for the side of WPM LOWKINGS. They're trying to use that smoke to close in the gap here at the sculptures, pushing down, taking the players inside of the objective. But Omega got this one locked down at the moment, sending 2 players here at the sculpture and 1 player oversighting that laundries. They get the defense here to B side.
Hydra just wins essential gunfights in through mid garden, all the way in through Zig, and able to flush out all the players from that gallery side, and will also provide a potential spawn trap later on. And now Alpha is going to be in the sights of WPM LOWKINGS. They're still trying to get that momentum down. 4 players right there. Also, I'm just going to be dictating where everyone else from WPM LOWKINGS is going to be spawning off to, so that will be a huge case later on. Second tick of progress now being done by WPM LOWKINGS, and still very much even when it comes to the life count.
Yeah, but Whoopi actually lost that gunfight over towards the money, and that rotated, and that let Whoopi rotated here at this A side, and now they get another extra minute here at the clock to even push towards the B side, where PJ actually gets his eliminations done. Operator skills are going to be available here for WPM. First, they invest in the gravity vortex just to try to get some kills in here. It seems like it's not going to be the case as we see Omega dominating the B side.
I already mentioned a while ago, take a look at where Hydra was placed, and it seems like it did not favor Smart Omega at all. It prompted PJ to spawn right on top by driveway, which gave him more of an avenue to rotate even faster in through Bravo. Not just that, possibly getting a lot more kills there as well, but we're still even inside when it comes to the lives. 1 minute to play with. Smart Omega is slowing things down. They just need to find a way to play their angles right. But now for WPM LOWKINGS as well, they can play the times to their advantage as well as the Preddy gets 1, and they're just winning majority of the gunfights here. What? Wait, what? That was quick. It could have been a Smart Omega win, but they pushed instead. They weren't holding their angles.
They were really hard stock on towards that B side. They were really getting those power positions inside, but as soon as that Predator missile hits for the side of WPM LOWKINGS, it just gave them that initial information that, oh, someone's holding arches, someone's holding this backside of the galleries, and
That's
it
information.
prompted WPM LOWKINGS to just get those eliminations, and now they're using all their operators just to get an even better advantage here off the start by wasting away Smart Omega's lives.
And there you go. Only one person from Smart Omega has an operator to play with. That's going to be risky. As you do get to see, it is blue right in through the kill feed. This is where Smart Omega kind of struggled in through that first half in that attacking round. They did not have mid whatsoever. It seems to be the same case here as PJ and Yopi going to be right there. Very pesky with their spawn trap. Eliminated finally is one player. That is PJ, but it is still Yopi very much alive here and very pesky in this side.
I mean, we just saw there Yopi holding his ground at the garage and just spawning Omega down there at the generators, which prompted these guys to actually push in towards A. They kind of baited them out to funnel themselves inside of towards A side, and you can see them actually go for the push, but their lives actually dwindling down 18-11 on the live count in still favor for the side of WPM. They still have that mid-map control, and Yopi there opening up the staircase, which will help them get that flank to work. But you can see now, number 4 in yellow, that's going to be risky, investing in that claw just to get some more time inside of the A side, but that's not going to help them at all as WPM just better at locking things down.
Here goes Smart Omega's last push here. 13 versus 5. 20 seconds have... Oh my goodness. Just as we said that though, a triple piece for Smart Omega, that is going to be huge. It's still very doable. Do not lose hope. 8v4. If Smart Omega plays it right, gets that third tick of progress, reset that clock. For WPM LOWKINGS, just stay put. Let them handle Bravo. Let them capture it and let them come to you here in through that alpha side. That one person from Smart Omega, that's Tin. He will be that first point of contact here in an essential power position for that kitchen control, but will be met by a crossfire by 2 players.
Now you have to win this gunfight if you're risky. On this exit kills, you have to take over laundries. Risky there for the trade. He finds the double onto Susano and Yopi, making this a 5v2 though, as their players failed to get some shot in. They're gonna have to rely on your 2 key players to win this game. You need Whoopi holding in those long range, but you also need Risky to get some help over towards mid, which is gonna be dwindled down and cancelled by WPM as they make the rotation towards this capture, and that will lead Whoopi to get that kill onto Kalo.
3v2. Second tick of progress in Alpha still needs to be done, and the Hunter Killer Drone is doing its job at revealing where everyone is, or majority of everyone is, for WPM LOWKINGS. That will give enough information for Smart Omega to kind of position themselves like, okay, they're going to be on that left side of the map, so it means we don't have to worry about the right side. 19 seconds left on the clock. And now the push coming in from WPM LOWKINGS. They know at the very least one person will be here on that left side of their spawn, by the way. And now Whoopi will be the biggest player here in those long ranges.
Now he has to win this gunfight on towards Yopi first, but he takes the Susano, which is key as he takes away that sniper. Now just a little bit more points. These are Predator missiles to take down Luffy, and it's gonna be a 1v2. You have to step inside up the point, and you're gonna pressure Yopi to actually move out of the way, and you're gonna win that capture. And that's gonna be your first round win in a way where you really have to play down to that sea. I swear, this is going to be a big win for Smart Omega. This could turn the tides. Let's just hope that they continue up this rally.
I said it. It's never ogre, man. Control can go so wildly in the different direction, and Whoopi made it happen. He's been making it happen the past 2 games.
Yeah.
The playmaker for his team. And now as we're switching sides yet again, Smart Omega has to do this 2 times in a row now. And now they're going to be getting their footing down. They have play number 5. That's Idra yet again, trying to go in there for that spawn trap. They're winning some of the gunfights here, but that second tick of progress will be down, plus assisted by the gravity vortex of Cloak.
You already lost so much lives here at this B side. If you're Smart Omega, just have to settle down, hold down the power position at the laundry, and not let WPM get that laundry's control and take away the power position and initiate that spawn trap. So now you could be giving away this initial minute that will bring WPM's clock to 2 minutes to try to take away that A side. You still do have a lot of players stacking heavily over towards this laundry. You just have to get those eliminations, and once you get that, go in towards that mid map, go for the pressure, get that staircase, and as well defend the A side.
B zone captured. And now for Smart Omega, they do also have that kitchen control, as well as Luffy is going to be able to bring out his War Machine to try and flush out everyone in through the pool side and also through kitchen as well. That is a huge play from him, and will try to go in there for more kills. Not just that, assisted by the Predator missile as well. And now it seems like Smart Omega is just having a difficult time, as they're going to be spawn trapped the heck out of the house. And now Luffy finally goes down. Smart Omega finally recollects himself. They still have numbers to try and defend this very well.
Yeah, but like the thing here is with WPM is they've been looking to take over that mid map, but now as well for Omega, they investing in the War Machine just to try to get some more kills into their mix, as well as get that information where the players would be at. But Yoki getting these 2 kills over towards mid just incapacitates Smart Omega's rotation here, and you can see WPM already looking to play for the objective and look to win this true capture. And WPM just needs 2 more kills here, by the way. It's all down to Whoopi and Hydra. With these 2 players alive, they have to make it work and not die on trade. But 1 goal down, all down to Whoopi with 20 kills already inside this game. This standoff looking to be impossible as he gets taken down. WPM LOWKINGS completes the sweep of the series.
3-0 in through the series, where I was fully hyping up a long series here of possible OTs and game number 5s for Control, but that is not going to be the case here, as our winners, WPM LOWKINGS, just showed who's boss this time around. And my goodness, Whoopi just did everything that he could in all 3 matches, man. Was the MVP for all 3 as well. And now it was Hydra going to be that MVP, but for Whoopi, he was having high impact kills and was the sole reason as to why they won at least that 1 round in Control.
Yeah, and that really was like a game changer there for Smart Omega, because we just knew that they can play and slow it down, and his long-range capabilities really paved the way for Smart Omega to win that round. But unfortunately, they couldn't get themselves past over 1 round, knowing that WPM LOWKINGS, by the time they opened up that round number 4, just really fully investing in a lot on those numbers towards this objective points, especially when they attacked that B side early, and Smart Omega failing to hold it down just gave WPM LOWKINGS that extra minute inside the game. And that's just a lot of time for them to go in for the retake at the A side, since Omega doesn't really have a lot of numbers to back them up.
It really also failing to get that kitchen control, that mid control. There was only that one moment that they were able to do so. That was round number 2, where things went pretty close. And Hydra was just so good at mid, at also zigzag. He was just a really good presence in through that mid area, but they couldn't really do that all throughout the game, which kind of allowed LOWKINGS to just kind of infiltrate kitchen. And we saw it in that last round. They were able to kind of do that spawn trap, which was very much essential for them to win that 4th round. And so now we're looking at our maps and modes, where it's all green all across the board. The Mambas are slithering their way into being that top team here in Group B. 250 and 68 for Arsenal, 7-2 in Express, and Raid 3-1. It's just absolute dominance for the LOWKINGS right now.
This is not just like dominance in those vanilla maps like Crossroad or Firing Range and Takeoff. They did it in a way where they have to use the newest maps in the championship map pool and still manage to dominate. This goes to show how much drawing board did Olea actually, how much assignment did Olea give this team, the amount of knowledge that they had in Arsenal when it comes to trying to break those hills, as well as the retakes at the defensive side at Express. Just goes to show how willing they are to learn and be the best in MSP. With this 3-0 serve here, that's gonna give them still an undefeated record at the leaderboard, standing at the 4-0 right now.
And you're looking at everyone else at the bottom of the leaderboard as well that are trying to catch up to the points and will make it in through that playoffs. We're looking at DVK, we're looking at Broke Boys Club, and especially with Broke Boys Club giving the L to Smart Omega, that is definitely a huge game maker, and that will definitely give teams such as DVK the confidence to try to be that 4th team to qualify into playoffs. But with Smart Omega, I mean, they're going up against the number 1 team in Garena right now, so it'll still be very much a question mark with how they're going to be performing, but so far, pretty much inconsistent. I feel like, especially with their performance here in Express, in Arsenal, and even in Raid, where we thought it might be even closer, it just seems like this team has a lot of adjustments here, especially in their next few matches in the group stages.
I mean, we definitely saw the strategies being laid out in like these 3 map sets. It's just that execution really lacked in here. We saw like Cabs dropping 7 kills in Hardpoint, and we just saw one of the players go in 11 kills at Control, which definitely did not help this team at all. But the MVP of the game will go to Susano. This was the guy lighting it up at that Hardpoint, especially with that equalizer, 24 average kill and a 1.95 KDA ratio. And his impact on the team, despite being pretty new, is really remarkable. This guy knew how to really mold himself to be a player that will transcend WPM Lookings to where they are right now.
I mean, WPM Lookings is just a well-oiled machine at the moment. Smart Omega, they have really good talent individually. You already know it. They have the experience. They have the trophies to back it up. But it's a matter of team chemistry. Is it working out for them? Because so far with what's happening, something is just not clicking. Whoopi is the saving grace of Omega for this day, and potentially in the first few days that we've had in this group stages. So the other teammates need to try and step it up, because something just needs to be done, just needs to be changed. And I hope they're going back into the drawing board and figure out what happened in this matchup.
I don't know why my camera is actually like this. It's kind of delayed, but we're gonna be hopping into our interview. And of course, there's a lot of things we can ask here for the side of WPM Looking, especially with the way they've been playing right now here, Beef Mammy. They just defeated Smart Omega, which is like the team that they really struggled on the most last year, and to them just eliminating the squads, it just goes to show how much work they've done.
Yeah, man, we are so delayed. I love it. I mean, you're even more delayed. I think I'm only delayed for like a second or two, but my goodness, you're like half a minute, an hour delayed here. But yeah, right now, we're waiting for that interview with a player or possibly Coach Olea for WPM LOWKINGS. Let's talk about that matchup for a minute. We saw that the LOWKINGS just showed us a masterclass when it comes to playing this game. And speaking of, hello there, PJ, sir. How are you doing? Congratulations for this very convincing win. How did you guys prepare for this matchup? Because we didn't expect it to be this far off when it comes to the points.
Everyone did their part, but for me, since my Lola is already 1 year of her death anniversary, so that gave me a big impact on trying so hard just for her, so I can just put her on my mind. I just needed her for the game this day, so yeah. Oh, walang iyak.
All for Lola. How about you, Callie? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I really love that, Susano. This was a dedication game. That's why he took in that MVP and looked motivated out there compared to PJ and Yope and the other squads, right? But now that you've dealt with Smart Omega and you're still undefeated, you're going up against EZR Booky the next time you head into a live stream broadcast. How are you feeling? Are you guys going to make light work, or are you guys not confident at taking away the match against EZR?
We're still going to do our best. We have no expectations whether we lose or not, but we're always giving our best to every opponent we face. We play. We just play.
Press W.
That's cool.
Yeah. I have another question. When it comes to your maps and mode selections, what went in through like your process of choosing number 1 Arsenal and Express as well in this series?
We just woke up. Coach already picked them up. We just woke up and it's already settled.
Wow, spoiled. I mean, you have a very good coach in your hands, so. I love that. The brains of the operation, and that's what makes you guys really good. I mean, when you're talking about top teams, it really just comes down into really, really good plays. And as Callie is still trying to catch up visually, do you have any questions for us, the voice of Callie?
Well, honestly, Any person that you guys want to shout out, since you guys have all the spotlight here, before we move in and we say goodbye?
Shout out to my tita. She just finished her wedding a few days ago. I wasn't able to attend, but my father said that I should shout out and congratulate her wedding that was around 3 days ago. And congratulate to my tita, Tito Tata. And for Susano,
Shout out to my parents, my girlfriend, Lexi, my brother, everyone from my family, my friends. Shout out to all of you.
shout out to my family. I love you.
Shout out to Morales Pam and Aurora.
Uy. Yay, thank you so much. Wow, it's just so heartwarming for you guys to shout out everyone. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you later on for your day number 5 of the group stages.
Thank you. Good luck to all.
Oh, wow. What a day that we have so far. And it was very much unexpected. And it was so wholesome, Callie. Like, that, how we ended that. They were shouting out. Shout out to you, Tita. Congratulations for your wedding. But yeah, after all of that, a 3-0 here in the series, which is just absolutely wild to me. We're gonna need to take a breather because the next one is going to be just as intense, if not even more intense. EZR Booky versus the Broke Boys Club up next before we take a short break.
UAV recon is deployed. Predator missile on stand there. Keep it up. Hunter killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
Welcome back to Garena Masters 5 series done. My goodness, was it done, man. I mean, a 3-0 for WPM LOWKINGS, and the Omega Boys need to find a way to bounce back later on. But another set of Titans is here to play. EZR Booky versus the Broke Boys Club. My goodness, Callie. This is an amazing day here for day number 4 into the group stages for Group B.
And you know what's interesting here is that EZR BOOKY struggled up against DVK Oblivion on their match the last time we saw them go head-to-head. And now, there's some little bit of history here. Broke Boys Club went up against DVK on the first day and they managed to sweep them like nothing happened. It was just a one-sided match. So if BBC could put in a lot of work here up against EZR BOOKY, they might be able to shock us in here once again.
I mean, it's a lot of questions, especially the matchup that we saw a while ago in Series 1. The groups and the teams that we kind of expected to do a good job are just not doing it. They're not hitting the mark. And now for Broke Boys Club, this should be some sort of fuel for them to, you know what? We could be one of those top players. Not even just beat the top 4, maybe even go up a notch and also beat the top 3. So that's going to be very exciting as we start off our day with an absolute bang. And now for EZR BOOKY, again, one of the 2 teams that still remain undefeated here for Group A. They have just been very much primed. That you already kind of brought it up a while ago, Callie. The last matchup that we saw up against DVK, it was very much shaky for EZR BOOKY. Things could have just went all the way around. It could have made a 180 here. In takeoff, it was 250 and 244. In control was 3 and 2, man. Things can get really close here as well.
I'm expecting it that way to happen as well here, especially in the way that we saw EZR BOOKY really perform in that game. They were really outslaying DVK, but to the point where they couldn't really get their objective to work. And that needs some adjustments here today. Let's see if they've done their assignment, because the team that they're going up against is Broke Boys Club, is a team that you can't really underestimate at this point, because they managed to defeat Smart Omega. Although they lost up against WPM LOWKINGS, these are potential threats to your spot for EZR BOOKY.
Later on, though, after the second matchup, we still have E8 Nova, Savage Doctor, and we're going to end things down with Impunity and DVK Oblivion. So the bottom side of this tree was definitely going to try and get these points down. That's always the story, right? How consistent can the top 4 be up against each other, by the way? Who's going to be the kings of kings? Later on, though, it will be these guys are trying to get into the top. These Davids that are going up against the Goliaths, or have been going up against the Goliaths, will kind of face off between each other now. Maybe an easier time for both of these teams, Savage Doctors and E8 Nova later on. I'm super excited for that, but obviously my eyes will be for DVK Oblivion to see if they can rack up the points, knowing very well that the top might be even shaky.
Yeah, and obviously for DVK Oblivion, they have to win their next 3 maps and rely on the matchup against Smart Omega on the last day of the group stage to potentially get their top 4 spot. And it's going to be quite easier said than done, but the teams that they're going to go up against with will be Impunity, E8 Nova, and Savage Doctor, 3 of which has shown that, you know, their chemistry hasn't been there at all. So that maybe could be where we see DVK Oblivion have the most advantage of, and you can really also rely on their gunfights to actually put it work, because hey, they went down to the nail, down to the wire up against EZR BOOKY. So let's see if that's going to carry on. But for now, spotlights on EZR and Broke Boys Club. And obviously for EZR BOOKY, this is the former roster of Blacklist International Ultimate. And never forget, they were the Garena Masters 4 champs. And that's why you can't really underestimate this squad. And although they've been pretty quiet, they've been undefeated.
Yeah. I mean, like you mentioned already, they're pretty much still a really, really good team. Some kind of roster shuffles at the end of the day, and so far it is still pretty much everything in the horizon right now. Everything is still not set in stone. And as we're trying to figure out who will try to be the champions in this type of round, let's start off with EZR BOOKY. Speaking of the champions, they will be just these 5 men that have been on our radar for such a long time. World champions already at this point. We have Jabin, Rage, AG, Yato, and Yobabs that will represent this team, formerly Blacklist International. And when I said they were formerly World Championships, you have Jabin to be your Eastern Championship there. And And Yobabs and Yato have been in the scene. Everyone else had their eyes on them, especially when they turned the right age, when they were in minors anymore, that they could qualify for stage 5. And obviously we have Rage that has been so good. The number 1 Garena player in stage 5. He was, I think, top 4 in the world last year.
Yeah. And, you know, for Rage, there's a lot of things that you can really highlight about this guy. He's been the Iceman in terms of clutching up situations inside of the map. But you can also rely on him, not just get those kills for you, but you can also rely on him to play those objectives, which is going to be important since EZR BOOKY has a lot of firepower that can go for eliminations outside of the perimeter when you have Yato and Yobabs as well as Jabin there at your side. But now that the team that they're going up against with is Broke Boys Club, recently the Rising Stars, Young J, Jello, Josh, Seven, Z-Man, and Static, and this team are looking to try to take on the defending champs.
And you were kind of looking at these players who did so well up against Smart Omega in that second day of group stages, where we saw Z-Man absolutely pop off in that hardpoint, that last-ditch effort, the beautiful 3K in Apocalypse to change the tides and made them win that round, snatch it away from Omega. The same could be said by someone like Seven to just do so well in that control. Even though that they were down 2, it didn't matter. They were able to reverse sweep that control, and it really is these heroics from these individual players. But if you're going up against a team like Smart Omega that seems like they're kind of struggling in the competition, maybe they're not the standard at the moment of how good a team is. Maybe now is the time for them to finally be really up in their toes, be pressured, because EZR is just no joke. This is where we'll see that Broke Boys Club, how well they have been preparing for this competition.
Yeah, we're going to be able to gauge how well they're going to do here in this matchup, right? Because since they have managed to defeat Smart Omega, and though they lost up against WPM LOWKINGS, now that they're going up against the top dog in EZR BOOKY, we're going to be able to see what kind of placement we are looking to see them place by the time this group stage at Group B ends. And well, looks like they're still having fun in terms of, like, you know, before we move into the games. But hey, we got the maps and modes here. Interestingly, we got Hacienda, Tunisia, and Raid line up here in this play all 3.
All right. Okay. This is a nice little look. This is a different look for sure. Hacienda being put into the mix is definitely something that the Broke Boys Club should be happy about, because they were able to beat DVK very convincingly at 250 and 103 in that area. On the other side of things, EZR BOOKY has never played any other map apart from Takeoff. So this is still very much, we don't know what will happen here, but we already know that Hacienda, they've been playing it for a long time. It has been in the map pool for over a year now, and they definitely know how to play, but in this competition so far, we have no idea. Now we're moving things towards S&D Cali. Tunisia is going to be right there, and it's not looking good for Broke Boys Club.
Yeah, I mean, EZR BOOKY decided to play, hey, we have to play the enemy's weakest map, and that's going to be Tunisia, right? Because this is the map where they lost to WPM LOWKINGS the last time they played at the live streams. And EZR BOOKY looking to try to capitalize onto that. But here, as we move in towards this map number 3 at Raid, we actually saw Broke Boys Club, you know, like giving a gift to EZR BOOKY, because Raid has been the only map that EZR BOOKY has played so far in the competition. They played it 3 times and have been undefeated.
The thing is, though, I feel like Raid is not that bad of a choice when it comes to control, because yes, we do get to see EZR BOOKY having 100% win rate here in this map mode combo, but DVK brought it down to the wire the last time that they played here. It was a 3-2, so it is still very much into the favor of EZR BOOKY. But Broke Boys Club, even having a 0-3 up against LOWKINGS the last time that they were here in Raid, they were still very much able to perform up against DVK. So it's still a mix and match here. I'm very much excited how Broke Boys Club will respond, knowing very well that there is some moments of weakness for EZR BOOKY here in this control raid.
So it's all actually looking forward to this Hacienda Hardpoint map, because again, this is the best map, like he said, for Broke Boys Club. And EZR BOOKY, although they may not have played this map a lot, they've had so much repetitions over the course of the Garena Master seasons. So having that said and through, we're most likely going to end up in a close finish here at this game as we open up map 1 for game number 2 between EZR and Broke Boys Club. We started all off here at Hacienda, and you can see EZR starting on the better side. And obviously, we got that one locked through. BBC Esports actually go down here one at a time.
It's the fight for rock that will be very much important, and so far it is going to be Broke Boys Club that will be winning the gunfights right there. Is able to kind of get those kills down. They had a solid approach going in from that bottom side of the map, knowing very well that you'll have access into that 2F spot. It is still a back and forth though. EZR still holding on, still winning these gunfights in through outside, also here in through 2F. And so with the back and forth, we kind of expected it. It's an open hard point. I mean, you already know that is going to be P1 that will be heavily contested. And as both of these teams are still trying to get a hold of any kind of anchoring spot, the power positions, it will be contested every single time.
Yeah, but like a huge chunk has been capitalized here by EZR Bookie here off this P1. And you can really talk about how well they managed to get a good hold off of that P2 and take away those power positions for Broke Boys Club. But again, still a back and forth scrappy, but on towards the new hill we go. We got Jello as well as Young J setting up there early, but you can see the pinch play potentially here for EZR Bookie to get this one through. But they cut down the guy holding off the staircase and they get themselves to open up the hill. Now you just have to worry about the pinch play.
Oh, Yato wins an essential gunfight and cuts that rotation from mid to open and also gets that rock control as well. But little does he know that one player actually spawned right behind him, and whatever effort that he had in maintaining that was just quelled just because the spawns were just not in his favor. It is still going to be Broke Boys Club having a solid hold here in P2. They will also have that right side spawn control as well. Player number 1, that is Josh, that will try to cut off that rotation from anyone that will try to rotate in through mid.
I mean, AG here actually does find a rotation inside of the hardpoint, but still would be eliminated here by Jello and 7. They've done a great job at just keeping EZR Bookie at bay despite not having the rotation inside of the spawns here at the moment. Final 7 seconds will be locked in here by EZR. They get that scrap time, but they also get the rotation on towards the next hardpoint at fences where they have Jabin as well as Yobabs holding in the power positions to try to cut off BBC, who's going in at that game.
Here we go, though. We do have player number 3 from Broke Boys Club, and unfortunately for him, he goes down as he tries to get that office control, which is definitely essential. Top patio, a really good power position to have for all of your ARs. It is still going to be EZR winning majority of the rotational gunfights as well, and an essential double from Yobabs, able to flush out these rotating players from Broke Boys Club, stopping that momentum down, and they are just shutting down any kind of effort that BBC is trying to maintain when it comes to these power positions. Let's see, though, as player number 2 still does not win an essential gunfight here through office.
But you can see Young J with the investment of the War Machine is able to give the team some odds of getting inside of the hill and just contest, not give EZR Bookie a lot of time on towards his P3, but it's still a pretty back and forth in this scenario. In this final 10 seconds, if you lose the gunfight, you're gonna have to worry about the next hard point, which will be True Rocks. And you can see that Broke Boys Club lost this P3 scrap time, so they go in towards next, but it kind of took them a bit of a time. EZR Bookie is already here to cut them off.
Both of these teams have operators to play with. They're very much fulfilled. It's a matter of what kind of timing will you have. Will you go for the counter, or will you bring it out early enough to stop the push? So far, it is still going to be EZR Reborn trying to get the hold of this rock control, but it is going to be that shoreline control from Broke Boys Club that will be the huge difference maker for them as they bring out all of their operators, stopping the push from both sides spawn. And it seems like that office control is something that EZR wants.
And well, for this squad, they are absolutely doing the wonders here at the moment as BBC continues up the pressure here. They're just skipping these guys at the boathouse. And well, for EZR so far, they made the rotation over towards fire. They went inside towards mid. They caught the players holding off the point Broke Boys Club, and they managed to get inside the point. So talk about this player from Broke Boys Club just really letting go of that mid map, but they still are at par with EZR Bookie in terms of the points here so far. It's just a 5-point lead as we finish the first set of rotation. As we hop back in towards the mid map for P1, we can see Broke Boys Club finally getting themselves a rotation towards this P2, already taking bigger picture, but they have to stand their ground here at this P1 first, because right now they're being locked down by EZR.
Man, Static just lost an essential gunfight that could have been a huge difference maker for BBC to control this P1. And now they're going to be spawning off of Tin, and that is a place that you don't really want to go in just because of how far it is. You want to have that rod control. That's why you saw Static try to maintain that power position. In the same case for EZR, where Yato is going to be placing himself right there. So far, though, we get to see Broke Boys Club winning some engagements, but it's still not enough for them to try and touch the point.
And we're looking at the same scenario Broke Boys Club really faced earlier, where they couldn't get any sort of control towards Art, Open Fire, or the top office because of how well EZR Booky has managed to take control of their corners. But now finally we are seeing some signs of life here as they get that scrap time. Now you have to go for this exit fills. Now they're gonna try to open it up by moving over towards Rocks and get that rotation over towards Checkers, but that will be locked down by Rage, who's gonna have a great oversight on towards the sides, and they're gonna be able to get those kills and force Broke Boys Club to reset.
That flag from Range, that long wraparound into the shoreline, definitely made a huge difference for him. Was able to get those two and stop that rotation. Now for the Broke Boys Club. They're going to try to go in there for the pinch. That player number 1 on their side needs to win it. Josh able to win those gunfights. That is the timing that they needed and is still going to be that yellow. How well are they going to be able to take this, though, as EZR will possibly try to take this, especially with the assistance of that War Machine. 122 and 110 is going to be your scoreline. Everything's going to be tight here. Still yellow when it comes to the feed, but one last blue push here from Easy. That's definitely going to be very easy for them.
Yeah, this is a big play with that operator there being invested here by EZR that helped them manage to break the final 20 seconds of this P2, and which is going to be, a very big number. But look at how well BBC went in for the pinch play. They had one player over towards Trophy, and they went in at the driveway to get that pinch play. And again, not giving a lot of time for EZR Booky is going to help this squad get an inch closer to getting this victory. It's still an 11-point lead that EZR is holding right now. And if you are Broke Boys Club, this is the perfect chance for you to take it away. You have to have a better fences rotation as well as map control, because the last time it wasn't the case.
There you go. Huge kills from Yobabs trying to stop that push from spawn, just because we do get to see that Broke Boys Club going to be spawning off into that Flowers area. Flowers spawn, and also they get to have a solid hold here through office, eventually in patio, where they have that sight line to try and defend. All they have to do now that they have the positioning down, is to go and infiltrate. So far, 7 will try to make that space using that Annihilator, able to get one, possibility to get that second one off the backside, finally gets that, and he is able to create so much space for his team, and not just that, provide a flank that they need.
Yeah, but unfortunately he does get taken down here, but he helped the team buy some time inside the hill, but really not enough. Got 8 seconds being locked down here by Easy Reborn, and they're gonna be doing a great job keeping that intact and make sure that lead grows even more. But now we're moving in towards P4 here. Once again, that's going to be on the rocks. And you can see the setup here for Easy Reborn. They're going to be right beside the Lambo spawns. And it seems like they're going to have a bit more of an advantage moving in towards this P4, as they're going to have that area open up real quick. But VBC quick to rotate. They move in around the open and finally get themselves inside the hill. Now they have to stand their ground to keep this lead close.
Oh man, AG and Javen, all from the pinch. They're providing such huge gunfights that just dictate where everyone else from Broke Boys Club is going to be spawning up to. And now for Javen, just being so pesky in that corner, just kind of disarrays Broke Boys Club and just dismantle that play that they were supposed to have. It is still going to be contested, but majority of the points do go into the favor of EZR, and it's so difficult to play up against these teams because you don't know with how much of an impact one player can have.
I mean, such a big blow there for Broke Boys Club, who had that rotation locked in towards this P4, only to be taken away by the flank. And that's why you have to send someone holding down the beach side, because that's gonna be, the main point of contestants from one of the players that would like to break that hard point. And that's how Easy Reborn got to manage to get a great lead here by the time we open the third set of hill here at this Hacienda map. Looking like the kill feed is being swarmed by the blue squads, and they have been able to swing that momentum over towards their side. And BBC, if they cannot fight through this P1, they're gonna be decimated.
Map control for EZR right now is just so good. They brought one player in through office, one player to try to cut that sidelines from that rotation in through boathouse, and it's just so difficult. If it's just because their either ARs is just so well managed at the moment. Rage brings out the Predator missile, able to stop the push, and just a little bit of points going in for the side of Broke Boys Club. 228 and 149, and it's just so far away now for Broke Boys Club to make a comeback.
And this is just looking so impossible at this point unless you have the godly chains here on this hardpoint rotations. You can see Broke Boys Club having 2 players holding down the fort at the Lambos. Number 5 and Young J going to anchor out the driveway spawn, but Easy Reborn getting the rotation here towards Checkers. 7 is there to lock them up, and that's gonna be able to give them some sort of time to get inside this hill, but you're gonna have to play it perfect. You can't afford to give Easy Reborn their last 5 seconds.
The pinch, though, is going to happen for Broke Boys Club. We'll try to stop the clock. 157 and 248 at the moment. It is still going to be yellow, though. Everyone else from EZR is going to try to rotate, especially in through Spiral, in through Garden, and it will be that last-ditch effort. Still 31 seconds to play with. What they can do now is to try and win these gunfights slowly but surely and create that pinch. Playoff player number 1, that's Jabin. He will definitely give such vital information to his team. Either are we going to be contesting this, or are we going to go in there for that rotation? Because so far they are losing their gunfights, and that also allows BBC to go in there for the next set of rotations, and it's still going to be contested. AG, though, such huge kills, it is still going to be Jello that will try to win it. Young J and Jello, the 2-piece that they needed, it is still denied. 249 and 188 in that rotation for next, and Broke Boys Club have majority of their teams, their players already there.
You're gonna have to race this one. Sure, you have to take down Jabin, and there we go. You get some ample amount of player inside of defenses, but there's gonna be a stack being lined up by Easy Reborn, but Josh creates 2 kills that eventually opens up this hardpoint in their favor as they continuously spawn Easy Reborn over towards the boathouse, and they just have to make sure this last 30 seconds continues to fall in their favor. They keep on winning their gunfights here.
It is going to be contested, though. That one last push coming in from EZR. It's still going to be denied as Static. Also, Young J providing so much of effort, and Rage with the claw will try to be the biggest playmaker. Still enough for them to secure it here. And that last claw from Rage was a huge play. I mean, granted, it was still a very much of a long way for BBC to try and win that, but it's still very doable. I've seen it with my own eyes, but not this time around, as EZR Booky remains to be on top here, still not dropping a map.
And that's why Rage continues to be a refined cornerstone to any team that he plays for. He's always not afraid to play for the big moments, and you can see that his play with the claw, he's got 4 kills off of that operator investment and eventually stopped the momentum from being shifted over towards Broke Boys Club. And as you said, if EZR Booky continuously lost that rotation over towards fences, we could have had a comeback made by Broke Boys Club, which is totally possible because that's how they strike Smart Omega the last time they went head-to-head. But this officially set and done. We got Easy Reborn getting this victory, AG being that MVP. But of course, in terms of impact kills, Rage has to be that best player. 1:46 and 39 kills to his name.
It was also like at a certain point in that second set of rotations, that's when EZR just kind of woke up, because in the first set it was very much a back and forth. BBC was doing a good job at kind of catching up to the points, but it's really those different looks, especially from Jabin and also from AG, that was such huge difference makers. It was P5 where Jabin was by Lambo, he's tucked in a little corner. AG was able to flank his way through, and that pinch just allowed EZR to have such a solid hold of P5, which is otherwise a very difficult hard point to obtain. And now we're starting things off pretty close. I mean, I am still going to claim this matchup very tight. Hacienda, that is a beautiful map to play hardpoint, and both of these teams just played it very well. But now we're moving on towards Tunisia, where things could be so lopsided, especially for teams who have not really performed here yet, just because of how new this map is and competitive.
Yeah, now for the side of Broke Boys Club, they did have the chance to actually pick the side. And this is going to be a sanctuary for them because most of the rounds that they won up against Smart Omega had to come off of their defensive sides. It ended up with a 7-5, and they won 4 of those on the defense. And eventually, they almost had an opportunity to actually, force overtime at that point in time, but only to get ridden off by OP at the end of the B-side retake that they had before. So for Broke Boys Club, you have an opportunity to start and really greatest part of the plays that you can actually do on this defensive side. You have to rely on Josh as well as Young Jay to create those plays for you at this long range. But for EZR Bookie, obviously, they have a lot of strats on their own, plethora of strategies, and there's a reason why they picked this map.
Yeah, the scary part about Tunisia is it is a sniper haven. I mean, we could say that for every kind of map, but even Tunisia as well. Just try to put Young Jay there and through that B side. If you're going to be starting on the defensive side, he can be that lone person to try and defend Bravo, get that pick, if especially if it's going to be a rush, and if the smoke is not played well for a rush attack, he could be a huge playmaker. If he doesn't miss his shot, that's a good entryway. If he does, he can just literally slide out, wait for his teammates to go and rotate. So yeah, Young Jay needs to be on. That is definite pressure on his shoulders to try to be that main sniper role for his team. But on the other side of things, it is also EZR that what kind of play are you going to be making here on the attacking side?
It's most likely going to end up with Jabin being that sniper off the start that will look to try to create a play. Most of the time, they would love to go for a post plan. That's been their go-to setup in terms of playing these S&Ds. And I'm looking to see the same exact thing be panned out up in here up against Broke Boys Club, because they're pretty solid in terms of those retakes. They know the ins and outs of every bomb site, and having Palitao as their coach, especially at this S&Ds, really propels your odds of winning S&Ds, because he's that guy that made Galori's like one of the top squads this year at the World Champs.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about the Call of Duty mobile competitive scene as a whole, we've seen it already be unraveled to us in the past few weeks just because Stage 4 is already done for them, and we're still getting into that Stage 3, Stage 4, and that is a lot of VOD to review. I asked yesterday in the interviews, I'm not even gonna say who I asked this to because I don't remember. Have you done your homework? Did you watch the global scene yet? Because they've played this before. There's so much information and you can educate yourself out there while we're starting things off here in Tunisia, where things can definitely be tricky. The attacking side, EZR, fast push going in through Bravo. And like what I mentioned already, you should put a sniper right there. Seven's gonna have a hard time. He'll try to go in there for that delay, but that definitely won't stop EZR.
Yeah, stun check there for that info for EZR as they try to kickstart their first round off to a bomb plant here. And that's going to force an early 5v4 as Jabin gets that first blood onto Static. So one key playmaker out of the way, but Zhongji trades it back with the nade, drops Yobabs there, removes one sniper out of the way. And you need to have number 5 in Youngjae to create the rotation already towards the main entrance so that you can go for a frontal assault. And you can see 7 making an individual play here, making it really favoring them at the moment at this game as he finds a double.
There you go, almost having a triple here as well, and now he's going to be trying to stick the bomb, but then EZR doesn't know that! He's going to be able to defuse it! A ninja defuse by 7, and even though he wasn't successful in stopping the push, he just had to outsmart them. Wow, that is just a good presence of mind from 7, man.
Yeah, he knew that Youngjae was being that unnecessary disruptor in terms of like getting those players, you know, engaged at the hideout. And it eventually worked for their squad. You know, that inch of second that Youngjae was able to buy gave him an opportunity to get a defuse, and 7 once again wreaking havoc here all by himself. If he can get a double here, that's going to be a nice trade for him. He swings out, but finally gets taken care of, and that's going to be unfortunate for him. Overpush.
No. You do not overpush like that. Get one kill, slide away, especially knowing very well that you have other players from EZR. Basing also from that first round, you know that they're going to be stacking this B side.
Yeah.
And now it's all up to Static, especially with the flank. The trial would deal up against AG right now, but he's going to be staying put. They're just trying to play off that information where the bomb's going to go down.
They're still really trying to reluctantly play it slow here, but Josh finds one onto Yobabs, gets the second onto Yado, making this a 1v2. AG has to try to clutch this one up. Bomb is going to be down towards the B side, and obviously BBC is going to have that information. And AG, he can slither like a snake here, and it's just try to remove the Broke Boys Club players one at a time, but he can line it up here perfectly. But Youngjae spots him up early, and Broke Boys Club off ahead in 2 rounds.
overextension from both of these teams. You saw it a while ago in 7, and now you saw it the same way in through EZR. They didn't have to go and push that particular angle, but they still did. Punished every single time. And now, a different split now. 2-3 split, where the bomb carrier is going to change his mind. He's going to try to go in there for that A side as well. But then a different look from Broke Boys Club, trying to go into heavily stacking that A side, and Jabin's gonna try and get that first blood, create that space for his team, and that should be enough for them to try and infiltrate this alpha side.
Yeah, trophy system out of the way, and Jabin continues to wreak havoc here at the A site. They open up by dropping 2 players here, one with the sniper, one with the nade, and is holding down the Z alley all by himself. Has got himself 5 kills here to play with. Bomb is going to be down. It's going to be a 3v5 retake, and you're going to have to focus on to Youngjae to get some information over towards the Z alley to finally help the players holding down the boxes here, which is going to be 7, to push in and play those close range combat.
4v3 situation here, 25 seconds left on the clock. Yato makes it a 2v5, and no, just like that is going to be a 1v4 situation, as Youngjae going to be the only person left here as he spots that one player, but they know very well where he's going to be, and still nasty guy here with the scope, just because how did he even make that shot? But it's still not enough for him and to try and clutch this up, as EZR played that really well, tried to delay that push in through Alpha, play off that first blood of Jabin, and essentially he did also get that second one. And EZR, even though they heavily stacked that A side, had no answers whatsoever when it comes to that delayed push.
Yeah, it had to go all towards the timing. When they found out that there's not going to be a lot of early engagements towards the A side, they backed off, moving towards that Z alley. And that moment was that time Jabin was able to strike. He found 2 kills off of that. And here at this round number 4, we see Obab taking down Youngjae off the start. So one of the snipers absolutely out of the way. We can see EZR navigate around the B side, and here once again, looking to try to create a plant where they're gonna force Broke Boys Club to push and play a 4v5 retake. Bomb gonna go down. 45 seconds for Broke Boys Club to try to find a way to get this win.
Great rotation off of Bravo, knowing very well that Alpha's going to be heavily stacked by Broke Boys Club, and that will definitely apply so much pressure with just 30 seconds left on the clock. Nade is going to be that first point of contact. Gets no one, no information whatsoever. They still have very much a blind side here in this whole entire map. Rage is going to try to pre-aim right there. Is going to be pushed right now, but he still gets the better of them as they get 4 kills in a row so quickly. And they're going to be evening things out. And that rotation into Bravo was a huge deal. Because even though that, yes, they got the first blood, Alpha could still be messy just because everyone else from Broke Boys Club was there.
Yeah, and obviously for EZR, they had that post plan really locked down until the very end. They got Yobabs doing a lot of wonders, holding down the B square. But you also had AG hopping around the main tunnel to settle that flank. And there was a counter on the counter that they did to Broke Boys Club. They pretty much had that one really locked up for them as they managed to tie this round up 2-2 at the moment. 1:30 is still going to be the time left here for EZR to try to navigate around the map. So far, they've been really looking forward to play for those informations. You can see now, not player any committing to any of the bomb sites here for now, but Jabin actually does having some sort of movements here at the A site, gives them some sort of information to finally push here.
But hey, a different look coming in from the defensive setup of EZR. They stacked Bravo, but then EZR was able to kind of just back off just a tiny bit. Both teams able to get that first blood, but then for EZR, a bigger impact for them as they're trying to get rid of so many players that are already in position here in Alpha. And also the catch-up finally happens. Jabin, though, smoked out, has a CBR in hand, will try to go and push the smoke, but cannot spot anyone. Finally gets one possibility to get that second. No, he's not going to be essential there. Finally gets that one pick off, and it is still Josh being alive, a 1v2 situation here, and it is AG to try to seal the deal. And finally, we do get to see that EZR having their first lead of the game.
Yeah, after dropping the first 2 rounds, they respond back, winning 3 in a row on the attack side. Anything you can do, I can do better for EZR at the moment as they continue to try to push Broke Boys Club to their limit. And so far, they've been really looking good at tricking players to actually overextend. And you can see here, Jay been able to get the pick onto Jello, who overextended towards the gardens. And, well, that's going to be paying out a lot here now that EZR has a 4v5 advantage. And they're also looking to try to plant a bomb on towards the B side.
But hey, Young Jay is going to be right there. He has been on in this game. And speaking of, gets that pick. Possibility to stop that push, but he needs to find a way to get out of safety. But then he still wants to go in there for the engagements. He should have just slid away and waited for his team, but instead went for the kills instead. Bomb is finally going to be planted down. A minute turned into 40 seconds. Engagements on both sides as the flank watch is on as well for EZR.
Rage is going to be the key playmaker here. He's got angles on towards the main entrance as well as the Cyan truck. And his teammates absolutely holding their fort. Jabin gets a kill off the 7. They're looking to clean this one up, but you can see Rage still looking to really punish Josh here. At this engagement's 15 seconds, they're buying all that time. And Josh, nothing left there to die as he gets spotted out by the scope. And this will give EZ Reborn 4 consecutive round wins and to lead before their round switches.
It's these small micro decisions that we're seeing from the individuals of BBC is the biggest difference here. If we saw Young Jace just slide away instead of going in for the kill, he could have just had more numbers to an advantage and it would be a 3-3 here. But now we're going for another round here. A new round. A new light as the attacking side will be for the side of BBC. You're going in for more of a passive approach here, Kelly. And Rage's gonna be the first point of contact, and he will be able to get that kill, but Static able to trade him out.
And it's a very good kill there for Static to finally get himself his first kill off the rounds and, of course, off this game. But you're going to have to get more than that here because the team that you're going up against with, you really have to work 110% to get these victories. AG does find Static there on the main entrance. Yobabs here at the yellows gets that kill, and they're just going to swarm this last player. That's it, Young Jay. You're completely surrounded. Gonna get eliminated here. The bomb plant not gonna do you wonders as EZR gets that defusal.
Man, that was a fast defusal. Knowing very well how to get rid of these players. Really good response when it comes to the post plant there. And now for Broke Boys Club, seemed pretty lost essentially after the bomb actually went down. And now that passive play, they were not rewarded towards that. A 3-2 split this time around the defense of EZR. They are prepared for this A push.
This is obviously a very good stack coming along for Jabin. It's going to be that frontal assault that will obviously have this informations that will be coming in for the A-long area. And again, he has been locking it down. Already got 11 kills inside his game. He's the only player that has a double-digit kill in the match right now. And he's been the main player, the same guy that, you know, continuously punished Broke Boys Club in these altercations. But now here, he gets dealt with, and that's going to open things up for BBC at the A side.
It does a touch though, but then what's going to be troublesome is when Rage actually rotates and provides that flank for EZR. So Broke Boys Club is still not in the clear. They're taking a while with going inside of the site, and that also allows Yobabs to get it and trade them out as well. Still on an even playing field here with still no signs of movement coming in from both of these teams. Josh, on the other hand, able to get that kill, but still no map control whatsoever for Broke Boys Club.
And it's still on the mix. You can see everyone is spread out, holding 3 lanes here at the moment. But Josh has been playing it really well here. 3 kills off of this round, and they got an opportunity to try to mess up the last player in the EZR at the B side in Rage, and they've opened up this B side. They can win this 1v4. They can even put that bomb down and not worry about these eliminations. But of course, you do have to take care of AG here to win this. But they're still looking to try to play true objective.
There you go. AG gets 1. Gets 2. Almost lines up and gets the 3rd, but A great response coming in from the Broke Boys Club, even though they didn't have any kind of map awareness. I mean, they didn't have any kind of controls. Rage, if he won that gunfight, could have been a different situation here, but it's a good thing that Broke Boys Club, they were winning majority of the fights, and also Josh was just providing so much firepower. This time around, though, fast push going in through that alpha side.
Yeah, Smoke is going to be covering their footprints here. They have to win his close range engagements. And Jello looking to try to spot the player on the shadows. He spots Jabin, takes him out, and they are going to be inside. But fight not yet over. It's still a 1v3 situation. Josh will get taken down by Yobabs, who has completely locked these players to the T at the A site. He's got 9 kills at the moment. 41 seconds on this 1v2 up against Jello and Static. The approach is going to be important here. Where you're going to enter, which lane you're going to be coming from is going to make the most out of this efficiency, as this 1v2 is looking to try to play over towards the boxes, and it's making a lot of sounds here.
There you go. Sound cues probably already given. They know where he is. Crossfire already going to be there, and Static plays it really well. Broke Boys Club, that was good. Fast push, different kind of play on their end, brings down the cap just a tad bit. So on the attacking side, they finally know how to do it. And now on the defensive side, EZR was just not prepared for such a fast push. Now a different look though coming in from BBC, where they're trying to go in for a fast push here in through Bravo, but will be met by snipers in Bravo.
And they're also going to have to meet Rage here as well. If they're going to worry about that long range, Rage is going to be there to take them down. If they're going to do the otherwise, the other side, they're going to have to worry about the sniper here. But they're going to just go in there blindsidedly. Rage just dancing around. He finds one onto Young Jay. He's just going in, being the disruptor here so far, buying his team some time, and going in for the fist. He takes down Jello with that play. And just like that, in his first 30 seconds, BBC is down to their last 2 players.
Rage! Here we go. The nades come flying through. Try to get that information. Javin able to get that kill, but it is still a 1v3 brought down to a 1v4 by Josh. But if it is going to be that one last player to clutch it up, it will be him. 9 kills on the board. But Bomb is going to be down in a very bad spot. EZR, on the other hand, know very well where the bomb is going to be. And now, we're back to our faces. We don't know what's going to happen. I'm just going to guess at this moment. There you go. We're finally back. Yobabs is going to be very much quiet here. They're playing into a crossfire. And that is the only way Josh can retrieve the bomb. And there's absolutely no way unless they go and potato the shot.
I mean, this is a very bad spot for Josh to be in. But you're going to have to rely on your sniper to get this one through. He finds Jabin, gets that recover. Now, Yobabs has to be that guy to win this one, but he's going to wait for Yato to settle this rotation. Now he finds one onto Yobabs, swings on fire! No and he clutches that 1v3!
No way, dude!
Oh my god!
No! Bro! This guy's cracked! We already mentioned it! If it was a dude that could clutch up a round, it is Josh, man! He is on fire! My camera disconnected because I
He read through the defenses of EZR on that play, and that ties up the game here. And they're looking at this A side this time. EZR, Yato, and AG doing a great job at the moment, but they're going to be stacked with a double challenge. Jello gets the kill onto Yato. The only team that their players that they're going to have to worry on are going to be the guys on the Z alley. But you can see number 4 in AG going in for that long route, looking to be that flanker that will incapacitate BBC later on. They're playing for that long game, but this bomb is going to go down.
But then Josh can sniff it out. Not quite sure he was able to spot that rotation. That may be the COD timing was just not in his side. Young J able to spot one. But I think AG was not spotted by Josh right there. And speaking of, Josh goes down. AG able to equalize. Bomb's still gonna go down though. He spots one all through the arches and able to get some sort of help from his teammate. Will just have to worry about that one player, but doesn't really matter. EZR. The timing on their side and AG not being spotted with the flank and Josh just barely missing him was the biggest deal. Wow, that's really loud. That was very intense, but we are at match point, and that is the reason why everything here is so intense.
Oh my god, EZR, despite not having the numbers in their favor there, we saw AG being that flanker. He went through Winery and beat the Disruptor to let Rage just just rage on the players all the way in this A bomb site. And that play right there was key to give them this match point here at this match number 2 at this S&D. But here, if you're BBC, you're still able to give your best and force overtime, which will completely reset this game. But you're gonna have to try to sniff out the snipers here lurking at this A site first. It's just where you're trying to take the hit.
It's just so difficult to hit that A site. And right now, Brook Boys Club just have no information whatsoever. 1:16 to play with though, but EZR has sights of all 3 lanes. Player number 5, that's Jabin. Gonna be pesking through mid. Josh gets the first opening pick. That's an essential gunfight to be won. Jabin with a response though. Josh able to spot one here in through arches, but not able to get the kill, and that will allow them to go in there for that rotation, but will be greeted by Rage. And let's see how much damage he can deal with, but a 2v1 is not going to be doable. That confuses EZR. You can see that, okay, Brook Boys Club, what are you gonna do? That prompts EZR to send those 2 players thinking that it'll be a rotation in Bravo.
They completely jabbed them and did a fake here as well. Now, if you can stack your resources here at this A site and just take away Jabin, who's holding down the shadows, you're going to be able to completely lock down the A site, because these other two players are going to be holding themselves known at this game, and now they're going to try to go for the push. Yobab's obtained static here. Josh now has to win the Z alley gunfight. He takes it on. Now all down to AG on this 1v3. 13 seconds to plant that bomb. Completely a lot of time. 45 seconds to go for the defense.
AG was not spotted yet again, and the COD timing is just on his side. Has his sights over through arches though, but will be spotted by Josh, and he will provide. We're going to our OT. This overtime is just so good right now. It's just something that we asked for in this game. We thought it was going to be in series number 1, but no, it will be provided towards here in series number 2. As we're switching things off, where EZR will be on the attacking side this time around, it will be a 3-2 split, but a heavy defense from Brook Boys Club here in through mid.
Yeah, number 3 here in Static is going to be able to help his team get that kill on Yato. And that kill right there just gives them a lot of number advantage. And also, Young J having to drop off Jabin, who technically is the best player in EZR in this S&D so far, is going to boost up that odds of winning the game here by a lot. As Young J continues to follow up with the kill, now it's going to be a 3v2.
BBC need to slow it down just a tiny bit. Josh spots one, not able to connect with the shot, but information given. And now for EZR, where are you going to go plant? They're still trying to get their footing. They don't have any kind of information whatsoever, but 7 will be there. Timing amazing. Gets one. Possibility to get that second one. Yes, he's able to do so. And now 1 for the board here in Brook Boys Club. They will have an advantage, and this overtime might be in their favor, as on the attacking side is something that they're just way stronger at.
Almost everyone from BBC was able to lock in at that round number 13. And an opportunity to get this one through. They're going to try to full force their way on towards the A side. They're going to try to take their chances. Smokes are going to be lined up in here just to cover their tracks. And now they're pushing in lightly. Young J and Static finds 2. But Yato responds back with a kill. But he gets taken down. It's a 3v4 situation. Making it a 4v1. BBC! Don't just this one up. They won the game. In an unconvincible manner.
That was so convincing. I mean, Brook Boys Club, they started up hot. They kind of lost it. EZR was able to take it back, lead how many points? I think 2 rounds. But BBC was able to respond back with different kinds of plays. It seems like they learned their lesson the last time that they were here. 7-0 no more, winning it in such a great fashion in an 8-6 OT. Josh leads the pack. Young Jay's gonna be right there behind him. The snipers of Brook Boys Club alive, awake, and 7 is also there to be pesky, to cut rotation. And my goodness, what a display from the Brook Boys Club.
It all started with Josh winning that 1v3. That's where we spotted out like, oh, hey, we have some hope here. And eventually, it carried over. Not just did he get those 1v3s, but he managed to pick up high impact kills that managed to, even incapacitate EZR Booky, snipers in Jabin as well as Yato. But Young J in 7 really did great job here as well, especially Young J on those mid rounds where you really have to rely on a guy that can deal some damage while these players are going in for those rotations. He was that guy that helped BBC carry over that momentum time and time again. And not to mention 7's performance in here. He has been that best tertiary killer for BBC in terms of playing this game up against EZR.
The timing of BBC, especially in the last few rounds, was just so key. 7 on the flank, and I feel like for EZR, they provided flank watch, but at the same time, some of the timings were just not right because it just ended up becoming a 4v5 just because you have one flank and the timing was just not played well. We've already seen it being played once. That was AG, and that was when EZR was able to secure a really good round. And so, yes, it's nice to have a flank, but at the same time, you need to find a way to kind of time it well enough that your teammates aren't going to have a difficult time when it comes to dealing with the damage here and through these stacked sites.
I am still quite lost for words of what just happened there for Broke Boys Club. I'm still pacing out, thinking how did they manage to, score a map where they really struggled up against WPM LOWKINGS, but still ended up in a way to, dominate EZR in this late game. It was really a great game for them, especially for Josh. But anyways, moving into map number 3. Again, this is a map picked by Broke Boys Club, and they picked a map where we already knew that EZR Booky is great at. 3-0, 3 wins, 0 loss inside this game, 100% win rate. But after the win here at this S&D, I feel like Broke Boys Club can cut off that win streak, Beef Mami.
Yeah, I mean, everything is very possible right now for this team. It was a very nice back and forth in Tunisia. It was also a really nice back and forth for Hacienda. It just really goes to show that Broke Boys Club and EZR are pretty well matched at the moment. It just makes you kind of wonder how much of a beast LOWKINGS actually are. If Omega's struggling up against Broke Boys Club, if EZR is also struggling up against Broke Boys Club, how good actually is the LOWKINGS and how good is the Broke Boys Club? Wow. This is just making my mind so confused because the preconceived notions that we have of these top teams are just being disregarded, and I love to hear that.
And we always have, one team every year that somehow gets the spotlight as a rookie team, and here this time it has to be EZR Booky. It has to be a Broke Boys Club because of the way they have been playing. Every time they've been counted out, they change that narrative, take it away, and obviously stuns everybody that's watching this game. They are the super rookies this year.
Man, I mean, imagine the last time that they were here. It was literally the other day where LOWKINGS was giving them the 0-7 in Tunisia. And now they did an 8-6 up against EZR, the champions, by the way, of Garena Masters 4. It's just a huge question mark right now, and the growth of this team is just so fast. Everything's kind of accelerating in a really good way, and that's how you know they're just taking this to the nth level. They're taking it so seriously, and now we're taking things in through Raid, where, like what we mentioned already, it kind of favors EZR Booky just a tad bit, but with their performance up against DVK the last time that they were here in day number 3, it was 3-2, so it was down to the wire. And going with the trend that we have today, that Hacienda was close, Tunisia is close, Raid could very well be close, even though that the last time Broke Boys Club was here, it was an 0-3. Doesn't matter anymore. It's a different team. It's a different day.
It's a different momentum in here as well. I mean, BBC has managed to give us a glimpse of what they could do, and you really have to admire that mental game, because even though they were counted out at that Hacienda hardpoint, they still managed to give EZR a hard time at that late game. If it weren't for Rage claw gameplay at the end, it could have been the other way around. And that SND as well, Broke Boys Club managed to obviously get themselves locked in despite trailing by 4 rounds. But here, at this control radius is where we get to decide who the winner is on this series. We got BBC starting on the attack side, while EZR Booky looking to get themselves quite in a trouble as they lose their initial gunfights.
All right, okay. EZR losing their gunfights, trying to go in there for the defense here and through Bravo, trying to maintain that top laundry control, but it is still going to be BBC getting the better of them as that third tick of progress already down and ready for the go. Not just that, there is going to be 7 lives in between them as the Bravo capture is gonna ensue. And it will be a good setup as 2 players from BBC already there to try and get this kitchen control. It will be a collective effort though, as they're waiting for those 3 players as a united effort to try and push them.
Yeah, Hunter Killer Drone will take down Yano. That gives them automatic control at the Tiki. And they're going in for the flank here. And you can see Jello finding that double. They are locking down EZR at the spawns, but Jabin getting that kill on the Jello, escapes and deactivates the spawn trap to happen, and they got themselves a quick reset. But life count still favoring Broke Boys Club in here, but they have built up a lot of score streaks here by the amount of kills that they're getting, and they're on their way towards the A side.
But the amount of lives in between them is not significant enough for me to say that they will win this round, just because they need to get rid of these players in through kitchen. And speaking of, they're dealing it with so much damage, 16 and 18 on the life count. So whatever damage that BBC did in the first half just did not matter anymore, as we are even on the lives in a minute to play with. Still, we need to see BBC have that kitchen control in order to successfully capture this alpha flag.
They take down AG, holding down this open stairs. And, well, they're going to have to worry about the guys moving around the basketball court as well as the money room, which is being held by Jabin at the moment. And, well, one thing that we are missing from Broke Boys Club right now is that mid-map control. They have always taken away that swimming pool side without even worrying about this mid-map where they got taken advantage of at the moment. They're trying to change that at the moment as they get 2 kills each here to open up the mid-map, but only to be taken away by Jabin, who finds a double.
I mean, that's the #1 thing that we've been seeing every time that they play raid control. Who captures that mid-map, who captures kitchen will usually be the winner of this round. 7 and 5, 26 seconds left on the clock. A blazing hot start for the Broke Boys Club, but fizzled out here in the late few seconds of this round #1. All that EZR needs to do is to stay put. They have the power positions locked down already, and as the time is gonna wind down and going into the favor of them, Jello brings out a late claw. Possibility to get that comeback as well. He's going to be trying to apply so much pressure. 7 seconds left on the clock, a 3v2. And also 2 players going to be right there. And that last-ditch effort from Jello bringing out the claw was the biggest difference for them. Heroics on his end.
Oh, what the way to clutch that one up. He got 11 kills in that round #1. And to think that he took the risk despite having...
Oh my gosh! He's a gambling man, Kelly.
The odds of him clutching that one up is little, but he made it work. The bullets ricocheted off of the walls and somehow got 3 kills in total. And Broke Boys Club immediately had mid-map control, and now this time looking to get themselves their operators with the help from Josh with this purifier. They're able to win their first 3 engagements, make that 4. They drop down EZR's life down to 25.
All right. As the players right now of EZR trying to get that control here. They're in top bedroom. Young Jay knows very well where everyone is. He's spamming that war machine, trying to delay that push. Player #3 as well from BBC. Static tried to stop the push as well, but loses that gunfight. 23 and 25. Young Jay still with the war machine, able to just do so much damage, but not able to put the trigger on. And that is a lost opportunity. And now EZR winning these gunfights, but they still need to have some sort of control and also ticks of progress on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, great reset that we're seeing here for EZR, despite that explosive start coming in for Broke Boys Club on this second round here at Control. But so far, they do have like some sort of amount of players holding down the mid-map, but they're still looking to get these attacks to happen at the B side, and it has been failing for several times now. And here comes Static, bringing out the equalizer, finding a 1 kill onto AG, but still that's going to give this team some information on where these players will be at. And you can see Josh just beaming everyone down. 12 to 16 live count, 14 seconds for EZR to get a capture here.
Oh, but then That is signs of life from player number 1. That's Jabin. Enough to go in there to stop the clock. Has the presence of mind to just go in there for that alpha push instead. They are going to be fully streaked out. 5 operators on the ready. 11 seconds left on the clock. Just 4 life differential as well. And he's dealing so much damage already. And whatever lead that Broke Boys Club had when it comes to the life count, again being brought down slowly by EZR. Second tick of progress here down. Broke Boys Club, what are you going to do? You can try to stop the push, but with a 1v3 happening right there, it's just going to prove so difficult. Not just that, the setup for EZR are going to be so good for that Bravo side push as well.
I mean, Rage finds a double here with the claw in his hand, and that just really emphasizes more of the attack power that just favored EZR on this A capture. AG just locking down the flank. This is going to be a 1v5. What a turn off events. 3 players from EZR holding down the point. That's going to make the capture faster than it is. And that's going to be EZR taking their own attack side. So both of each taking one of its own. We're guaranteed for map number 5 here.
That was so close. Both rounds were still very much close. I mean, it is also the play of Jabin knowing very well that that alpha side was very much open. He was able to stop the clock at 12 seconds, so that was very much impressive. And now, it is still going to be that Bravo push. That Broke Boys Club was very much successful in that first round, as they are still winning majority of their gunfights here. They finally have control of Kitchen as well. Early control here possibly of that alpha side, and 7 gonna be pinched, very much aware that there's going to be a lot of players surrounding him. Loses an essential power position in the process though, but able to capture the 3rd tick of progress possibly, but Jabin with the flag able to stop that push in through that A side. But this one unified push from EZR could be the downside right now of Broke Boys Club, as they're not able to lock down that 3rd tick of progress.
Yeah, at this point, you have to just give away this B side. If you are Broke Boys Club right now, you have to worry about that mid-map control, something that's really lacking at your positioning at the moment. You're being initiated from the spawns. You can see number 3 and number 4 in blue just holding down the garage, just try to take you down every time you spawn. And it is gonna be the same case all over again if you're not able to escape the trap that has managed to caught you for several seconds already in here. Broke Boys Club dropping their lives a lot drastically here at this round number 3.
And it was all Jabin's doing. Broke Boys Club just tunnel visioned in through top laundry. They didn't even realize that Jabin was going to be right there for the flank. And the flanks right now, BZR has been so deadly here. But they do have a spawn guardian at the moment, a security guard, if you will. But it doesn't matter, as a spawn trap is still going to ensue for EZR. Spawn trap still strong. And how is he still alive? How is Rage and... How is he still alive, man? How are they allowing this to happen? A 15-3 is going to be your scoreline with 10 seconds left on the clock.
It has to be the knowledge here that Broke Boys Club is currently lacking. They do not know why they're being funneled down to the generator spawns. It was Yobabs just holding down that Vance over towards a garage that just, has given EZR Booky a lot easier time in funneling the players to the bottom side of the map and just taking them down on the power positions as they're being held, which is the money room as well as the open staircase. And Broke Boys Club are in the brink of losing this game, and now they have to play this next round perfect.
There you go. They have more of mid-map presence. Has 3 players right there. But AG's gonna be very much patient, waiting for the push out instead. Gets that 1 kill. And now for Broke Boys Club, even on the defensive side, they still have majority of the angles down, but Rage brings out the claw, denies that mid-map push, the mid-map defense that will allow them to get that 3rd tick of progress down here in Bravo. AG still winning these gunfights, and that is going to be impressive for him as he is able to get that hunter-killer drone and still has that equalizer as well.
Another minute will be added here for the side of EZR to try to take away this ace side from the defense BBC. Right now, they have already managed to get way behind enemy lines. They got the Tiki spawns being activated here, and Static losing that kitchen will let him spawn over towards the basketball court, which will make it easy for EZR to get these eliminations. But Josh trying to spark up a play with the Purifier, only to be taken down by Jabin. And this guy has been getting a lot of impact kills, being that catalyst for Apocalypse for Broke Boys Club.
All right, though, when it comes to that control in kitchen, you do get to see that Broke Boys Club is just setting their sights right there. Although they're not able to kind of utilize that money room area where they could just potentially get rid of that one player. Jabin still alive on the 2 spree, able to get those kills down yet again, and they just have no answer for Jabin. They have kitchen control, but they're not met by anybody at the moment. It's still going to be that first stick of progress for Alpha that EZR is still trying to get a hold of. And also player number 3 on their end as well, Rage, tries to go in there for the spawn trap, overextends a tiny bit here in through that basketball court, but will be met by no success.
But Jello actually does help this squad get some map control as he takes over the galleries. They're going to be able to follow down the players all the way back to that mid-map. 7 extends out, gets one piece along with Josh. They're going to be able to get that funneling down and happening here at this A site. You can see that Jello can actually go in for a flank here as he's got the generators in his favor, but his teammates has to make sure that there's gonna be a guy holding down that mounting room. That's gonna be Static holding the fort.
Joe Babs had the war machine in hand, wasn't able to sustain it that much. EZR brings out their operators as well. Yato on for the spawn trap, able to just apply so much pressure right there, but they're still not able to kind of just collect any kind of progress here and through Alpha because Broke Boys Club is still very much on point. They're going to be on that left side of the map, so they're stopping any kind of push. So whatever flip that we have here, Broke Boys Club is still applying so much pressure. Finally, 19 seconds left on the clock, stopped right now by EZR. And as they're trying to go in there for more of a funnel, he will be met by so many players from Broke Boys here in through that kitchen side.
But now you're seeing EZR Bookie trying to play the objective here. They have to rely on number 4 in Jello to try to get this pinch play on the open stairs. He finds one. And you can see that will stop the push here at this A site. EZR Jabin extends out, gets eliminated, but the smoke here will cover out Jobab's footprints. That's going to be time in their favor. Second frag, second segment will be locked in now by EZR, and AG finds a double, but 7 goes in for the flag. He finds one. It's a 1v1 situation. You gotta get
step on it.
But Rage gets that kill with the claw, and just like what we saw from the hard point, he's there for the big moments. He helps EZR Bookie lock this series down up against BBC.
Bruh. I'm so stressed when it comes to this whole series, man. It was so close. Every single game was just absolutely amazing. It was chef's kiss. I am happy with what I'm casting today. Both teams just brought out everything that they got. Even when it comes to this control, even though yes, it's a 3-1, everything went down to the wire. There was only one game that wasn't close, but every single time it would be brought down into a 1v2, a 2v2, and it's just, I'm so impressed with the BBC right now, man.
Even though they lost this EZR Bookie game, they're still guaranteed a top 4 at the moment. If they can just finish strong here at the group stage, they're going to be advancing at the playoffs, and they may have taken this loss, but they earn a lot of respect from the viewers as well as us casters because of how well they just went in there up against EZR Bookie with their positionings.
Yeah, at the very end, it was just EZR that had more operators, and the timing was just right. I think for BBC, they just needed to time their operators well enough here because at the very end, they just had nothing whatsoever. So yeah, there you go. I mean, what an absolutely great game where we expected Series 1 to be as close as this. No, we got it here in Series number 2. And speaking of, let's take a look at what happened in this second series. Hacienda was super close, 250 and 213, where EZR, kind of their experience went already there. You already knew that by the second half, they just were able to get these points down. Tunisia, on the other hand, again, a back and forth, but this time around, it was Broke Boys Club that was able to get the better of EZR and kind of use their own plays against them, had such beautiful flanks down. And also here for Raid, Cali, man, what a game.
What a game. We have... I mean, every map was really close. Even this 3-1 score from Raid by EZR Bookie. Broke Boys Club, if only they had taken that 1v1 in that round number 4, we could have played overtime. But still, game will be favoring EZR Bookie at the end. It was the strategy that backed them up. Their utilization of the operator skill came in handy at the late stages of this game. And if you can take a look at the pattern that we see here for EZR Bookie, all of their wins had to come off from an operator investment, which is the claw coming in from Rage. And Hacienda and Rage was the playmaker and obviously helped propel his team towards this victory. Now, as we take a look at our highlights, this game number 1 was back and forth scrappy. We eventually thought that after losing that P5 on Rux gave Broke Boys Club, like a very serious mental problem, but it didn't really happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's the play that we said a while ago. Javen was right there by Rock. He was getting these kills. He was tucked into a corner where you saw that Broke Boys Club was not expecting him there at all, did not check their corners. And earlier in that round, AG was also getting kills on the opposite side of that spawn as well. So that kind of disrupted the push from Broke Boys Club, the possible pinch that they had. And so it really was just EZR just trying to get those kills down, and even down to the wire into that last hill. It still could have been a good way for Broke Boys Club to get those points, but this is where things went down to the wire. In the beginning, it was Broke Boys Club that had the advantage, but at the middle, EZR was able to kind of get back their footing. But again, a back and forth, it's a pendulum swing where you get to see a chess game being played here. I'm pretty excited to rewatch this broadcast, especially here in this Tunisia map where Josh's 3-piece here, his clutch, was the confidence boost that BBC needed to turn this Tunisia S&D around.
Yeah, they had to rely on Josh's heroic plays at that crucial state of the late game where obviously EZR had the potential to close it out, but that 1v3 shifted the momentum over towards Broke Boys Club, and they eventually won 8-6 on the overtime. And here at the start of this control, we saw a lot of potential from BBC, especially at the early game where potentially they had a great start, but they just couldn't end the game properly because of how well EZR resets every time they get taken down. Our MVP of the game goes to AG with 29 kills and 1.53, but my personal MVP has to be Rage. He was there for the big moments to potentially take this one away up against BBC.
AG is just a silent killer, and a while ago I wasn't able to mention him when we saw the lineup, but this is probably one of the most improved players that we've seen here in Garena. He just absolutely showed up this year. One of the reasons why they won GM4 in the first place, and now it seems like he's also being a king amongst kings in this team. We saw him a while ago. He was winning engagements all by himself, especially in that control where he was there for the pinch. He's very much that flex player that you can definitely go and basically just go ahead. You go into your engagements on your own here. Unfortunately, though, we won't have any kind of interview for EZR, but I'm hoping that we'll see them again next time. But man, what a game. And unfortunately, I was gonna ask them so many questions. I was gonna ask them, what happened in that Tunisia game, bro?
There were so many lapses in their gameplay in that Tunisia, but obviously I think it had to be the mental game, because obviously we had Broke Boys Club came in a lot stronger at the late game, but I really wanted to ask them what will be the preparation looking like, since they're going to go up against WPM LOWKINGS the next time they enter the live broadcast, which means we're going to see who is going to stay undefeated, because LOWKINGS and EZR Bookie are still 4-0 at the standings.
Yeah, lots of questions still need some answering, and we already are down with our 2 series, which means there is 2 more to go. Next up is going to be E8 Nova versus Savage Doctor, but before that, we need to take a quick short break because that series was just really intense. We'll see you in a little bit.
missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to Garena Masters 5 Ever Triumph. We just saw 2 matches go back and forth, and it was definitely worth the watch. And now up ahead, we got E8 Nova taking on Savage Doctor. And once again here at the desk, it's Callie alongside Beef Mammy. Thoughts on this coming game?
Oh
Beef Mammy?
man, Nova and Savage Doctor, you actually have Nova almost clinching down that 4th spot. Very, very, very tiny a little bit, just tiny bit. But I mean, like what we mentioned a while ago, the numbers don't necessarily mean as much just because we're only 3 days in these group stages. Yes, it does mean a lot for the teams that are up there, but we have teams like DVK that had such a very difficult time in the group stages just because they went up against 3 really strong teams. On the other side though, E8 Nova is also kind of the same case. They went up against EZR and Omega as well. Granted, it was a very convincing loss, but this is the time that they can pick up the points where they're meeting more of a team that is closer to their mechanical skills, etc.
Yeah, it's going to be an even battlefield here. It will just depend on what map are they going to play. And obviously for E8 Nova, having a lot of players that is quite new into the scene, it really takes a lot of time to actually get used to playing the pace in the pro scene because the pacing is actually a lot faster and it can go drastically slow in terms of like minutes and seconds. And obviously for Nova, they're going up against Savage Doctor, who has been a team ever since Garena Master Season 1. Obviously, Spur, Sin, and Gary is gonna be highly experienced professionals, but at the current state that they've been playing in the first 3 days, it hasn't been turning out what they expected it to be.
I mean, when it comes to Savage Doctor as well, the same could be said because they also went up against LOWKINGS and also EZR. Very much difficult when it comes to the gameplays, especially with top teams like that. So this is kind of like the reset that they needed. The only team that they kind of went up against that's kind of, you know, a little bit more on the same side as them is Impunity. Both teams won it, but the thing is, Savage Doctor was able to kind of get the better of them and have a 3-0 in Crossroads. On the other hand, E8 Nova wasn't able to get a complete sweep that they needed. Plus, firing range was super close where things went into an OT. So this is where you're kind of seeing that Savage Doctor might be able to have a little bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, obviously. Now, if you take a look at the hard point, it is going to be them that could potentially take this one away, especially if they have takeoff in their favor. But let's take a look at our teams here, especially for this game. But before that, we're going to take a look at our today's schedule. Again, we just saw WPM take that win against Smart Omega in a very convincing fashion. They won that dominantly. But here at this match number 2 between EZR and Broke Boys Club, it had to go down to the wire. Potentially, it was Broke Boys Club that could have won it, but EZR Bookie seals the deal with Rage, playing those heroic gameplays at the end to win that hard point in that control match. But here up next, it's E8 Nova and Savage Doctor coming right up next, and they obviously are looking to try to get a win on their own here, to try to kickstart a comeback here. And also their current standing
to clinch more points, because this is, they don't want to clinch their points at the very end where E8 Nova still has yet to actually see the LOWKINGS. Savage Doctor on the other hand still has to meet Omega and Broke Boys Club as well. So there's still a lot of things where if you're given an opportunity to go up against a team that has the same skill set as you take that. So for now, E8 Nova, Savage Doctor, they still need to find a way to pick up these points down. Nova will they're pretty much even on the points. Savage Doctor has an upper hand by winning one map more than E8 Nova. So the same case will be for the bottom 2 that we have and will be closing out of the day. Impunity, DVK Oblivion, Cali. I mean, these two teams need to step it up. They have had no wins whatsoever, but we keep saying that DVK was just met by such hard competition in the beginning. But for Impunity, I don't know. Hopefully, they're not going to be, fish food at the very end of the day.
Yeah, DVK Oblivion has started to pick up their pace. Their last matchup against EZR BOOKY all had to came down to the wire. They almost took that hard point as well as that control match and eventually took their first game off the season, but truly it wasn't really what they expected it to be as well. But this matchup against Impunity should help them regather themselves in terms of playing as a team. But if you take a look at Impunity as well, who has been struggling, same fate that DVK has on his first 3 days, it really had to go down to their decision making here for Impunity. Their rotations have been quite poor, which costed them a lot. And you can also really factor in that they played those big dogs as well. So this is going to be a refresher for these two squads. But so far here, what's up ahead? We're taking a look at E8 Nova and Savage Doctor. We're just about to see their lineup in here. And we will start at Savage Doctor. Gary, Riz, Pipolar, Sphere, Sin, and Yans.
Yeah, and this lineup, definitely something that we're very much familiar with here in Garena. We've seen the Doctors before. We've seen these names before. But they were just kind of having a very difficult time kind of being up to par with a lot of these teams already. So this is kind of their time to shine. Slowly but surely, we're starting off here with Savage Doctor. And for you, Callie, like, who do you think is going to be that player that could really... We've seen it already a while ago. Josh is the number one person to look at when it comes to that S&D. How about on this team? Is there like a star MVP player on your mind?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to how will Sphere play here today because obviously he is the most experienced player in this lineup right now. He even played for Sem9 before, which was at its peak during Garena CGI 2022. So he has to step up here today to finally get the win up against E8 Nova.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually kind of going to say the same thing because he has the most experience in his team at the moment, and everyone else needs to play among that experience as well and just to kind of, learn a lot from him. And we already seen how well experience can actually play in tournaments like this, not just mechanical abilities, but also knowing very well how other teams will perform. But here we go, another new kind of blood here in this competition, E8 Nova, where we've seen them go head-to-head with a team like Impunity. They can win this. And why do we always kind of just, go up against Impunity? Why do we keep going for that comparison? Well, it's also because that both of these teams have played Impunity. Impunity is the bottom side of the map. And so that is kind of like a test of how good these teams actually are. And for now, Savage Doctor gave a little bit more of a convincing run up against Impunity. E8 Nova, on the other hand, had a close game for every single map mode. It was 250, 240 in Summit, 8 and 6 in firing range, and they lost in Crossroads Strike 2-3. And so it also applies a lot more pressure for E8 Nova to perform here, Callie.
Yeah, it really had to go down to that wire up against Impunity on that S&D, right? 8-6 is the scoreline. And yeah, it was really back and forth. But if you take a look at the performance that we had there for Savage Doctors, they're pretty convincing, right? So it's going to all go down to the maps and modes here. And we're starting it all off here at Hardpoint Apocalypse. Then we move in towards S&D firing range. And to top it all off, we got Crossroads Strike at map number 3. How are you feeling about this map, Shbifani?
Oh my goodness. E8 Nova did not look good in Apocalypse at all. They were up against Smart Omega. This is the lowest score that we've seen in this competition so far. 250-9. Single digit, couldn't even make it into the 10-point club. And we're going back to firing range as well. This is a complete mirror of what happened in that Omega gameplay. 7-0 in firing range, 3-0 in Crossroads Strike. But this is also kind of a statement because we saw it a while ago, right? I feel like it was, I'm trying to figure out which team it was, but oh yeah, it was the Broke Boys Club. They went up against LOWKINGS 7-0, but they had enough time to kind of find their footing back again in Tunisia and get that W a while ago. So maybe it may be the same case here for E8 Nova, where they kind of want to redeem themselves in these maps that otherwise they had a very difficult time with.
And we're gonna find out if they've done their assignments here, especially for the squad of E8 Nova after that absolutely desecrated game up against Smart Omega, right? So obviously for them, this matchup against Savage Doctor, it should be a lot closer in terms of scoring points, knowing that we all know that Savage Doctor doesn't really have the same mechanical gunfights as well as rotations and snappiness of Smart Omega, right? But obviously, it is going to be, I'm thinking it's going to be a back and forth here, unless E8 Nova doesn't get the rotations quite well here at Apocalypse.
And Crossroads Strike being the last map is just not looking very good towards E8 Nova's favor because they lost it up against Impunity. And this is the same map that Savage Doctor actually won up against that same team very convincingly. It was a 3-0 and it was last a few days ago. It was day number 3. So when it comes to Crossroads, it's just E8 Nova is just struggling when it comes to that. Savage Doctors also on the other hand, firing range looks very good for them. Was able to give a donut to Impunity in that same map. So when it comes to this map mode combo and the amount of statistics that we have on it, Savage Doctor just has a little bit of an edge up against E8 Nova.
And we're going to find it out here as we move in towards this game. Again, both of these squads are looking to get a serious win to get a little bit higher up the leaderboard here for Group B, because this has been very contested, as we all know that this group is the group of death. 4 teams contesting here, potentially top 4 for Garena MSP at the moment. So this Hardpoint Apocalypse should get us a quick view of what's going to happen between E8 Nova and Savage Doctor.
And we're finally starting things out here in Apocalypse again. I am hoping that E8 Nova will not give us the same case of a single-digit number here for this hard point. Apocalypse is a difficult map just because everything is just so open. You need to figure out how fast-paced it actually is. You need to find a way to get that rotation from P1 to P2 and also have that temple spawn. Just because if you don't have temple spawn, it's going to be much harder for you to kind of capture it, because if you spawn all the way into that left side, that amount of time that you rotate is just not gonna favor you at all. And also you need to find a way to just know where the spawns are going to be every single time. We've seen teams that are not well versed in Apocalypse just get steamrolled, and that's exactly what happened to E8 Nova. So I'm just hoping that they did their homework from that last game that they had here.
Yeah, and obviously the temple is gonna be the point of contention here right before we open up that P2. But here we go. Match 3 of the day between E8 Nova and 21 Savage, or Savage Doctors.
21 Savage, let's go!
Young Savage, boy, tripping so hard. Heading on.
Love
Hardpoint
that.
Apocalypse B1. It looks like E8 Nova is going to start off to a great start. They already beat their record. They reached 10 points already.
Yay! Let's go! But also they give away temple spawn. They already had the more favorite spawn, but they just give it away. And you get to see the 21 Savages already had a 5-man push to temple, was met with absolutely no one. And now they also give it away for free as well. And now it is going to be a back and forth spawn flips from both of these teams.
You can see that the fight for Temple is going to be initiated here by number 2 in Vince, as well as Novi. He's going to have himself quite the pinch there. He eventually does get taken down, but this first hard point still going back and forth. But you can still talk about that positioning inside of this game right now. We all know that Temple is going to be an early rotation-sided map. So if you're not going to get that late rotation, you might need to use more than your gunfights to actually break this hill. As we started all off, Temple's in the hands of Savage Doctors, and they got 2 players inside of that hill to lock it down.
I mean, this is why you need to lock down that temple spawn. I was already saying it a while ago, because your trip from P1 to P2 is literally just going to be right there. So you're always going to be seeing these players always fight for that. And it is going to be the Doctors that will be winning that rotational gunfight as well. And will have that spawn control and objective control. They have so much good gunfights here, and that would allow them to get their operators and also their score streaks down to the T as well.
And the problem here with E8 Nova right now is they're spawning on the top left side of the map. But somehow Nobi spawns on towards Temple to flip the spawns, and he's not gonna be able to
Nothing
change that. Nothing happened. And well, it's still going to be to the Savage Doctors getting a lot of time here at this speed too. But we're seeing the same exact thing being done by E8 Nova, pushing onto one angle at the hideout and not pushing for Temple, which cost them a lot of lives and a lot of time.
But E8 Nova is in a really good spot to cut off that rotation off of the 21 Savage guys here. The boys are going to be bringing out their operators, though, as they're going to be trying to fight it with fire instead. That even though they didn't have the rotations down, it does not matter. The Osprey, the Predator missile does not get anybody, though, as they're still trying to fight for that, trying to infiltrate through the front as well. It is still E8 Nova trying to get that control, but it's just they have spawns. They just can't fight just head on.
It has to be the operator skills here as well as being invested by Savage Doctors. It has completely conflicted the rotations of E8 Nova inside this game. They're going to try to bully out the players, but it turns out they're going to be the ones that's going to be bullied out here as we see Savage Doctors flip the spawns. Number 4 in yellow, that's going to be Riz getting that one through. But finally, we are seeing some contest inside of the point here for E8 Nova. They're gonna have kill inside of this point, but you can see Sin looking to try to create a play off the back, but will get dealt with here. This is gonna be him trying to play alone at the moment here for the final 4 seconds, while his opponents are actually setting up for next.
Here we go, though. It is going to be Savage Doctors that will try to get that top left spawn. Will only be met by one player, and he is not gonna be able to try and flush it out, being stopped by the gunfire of Doctors, and it's just so difficult. They're very much knowledgeable that they need to get that top left side of the map in order to get a more favorable spawn, but the gunfire right now of Doctors is just a little bit too much for them to handle. It is still Bipolar to try and get these kills down into the left side, and that prompts 2 other players from Savage Doctors to actually spawn right beside him. And even though that the claw was right there for E8 Nova, it was just too much people to handle.
Yeah, as he gets taken down here, we did see E8 Nova get inside of the point, which is gonna be great for him to reduce that lead back to like single digits, but it's gonna take more than this hard point to get right back inside the game, as we have a big lead that Savage Doctor has managed to build up on this first 3 hard points. And you can see that the gunfight's obviously clearly favoring the side of Savage Doctors at this point in time, as Sin has continuously scored a lot of multiple kills, not to mention Bipolar already having 19 kills to his name. They will be starting the first set of rotations. They're ending up the first set of rotations with a 60-point lead, and they're gonna be the ones holding the power positions as we start P1.
Man, the death machine of E8 Nova was just not used efficiently enough to try and have more of high-impact kills, rotational kills, and he hopped off of that window knowing very well that there are 2 players right there on the crossfire. So it is just minimal things like that that you need to kind of think of when it comes to engagements, especially knowing that you have that death machine in hand. And so we do get to see that Savage Doctor still has a hold of this P1, 30 seconds on the clock. And E8 Nova, yes, they do have that temple spawn, but how well are they going to be able to take advantage of that fact? And so far, they're just having such a difficult time. One by one, they're trying to funnel in through the hard point. They're finally winning their gunfights. Nobi wins an essential 2-piece, and that also allows his teammate Lyo to try and get these points down, but is going to be denied by Esper.
I mean, a better recovery that's being made here by the side of E8 Nova, despite not really looking to get a lot of kills or a lot of points side of the P1. They prioritized the early rotation towards the temple, which they did not have off the start, but you can see the spawns being flipped over by Savage Doctors. It's gonna be Sin trying to play with his life. He has to win this gunfight, and he does, flipping the spawns and giving Savage Doctors the chance to actually go inside with the pinch play maneuver to potentially break the hill and take it away from E8 Nova.
E8 Nova needs to throw more bodies in through Temple's side. They only had 1 player to try and contest it, and that was Nobi. And unfortunately for him, he was met by these 2 players. And also, Operator's already out. as
my.
159 and 86 is going to be your score line, and seems like a really huge defensive setup right now that seems to be impenetrable. As the Predator missile also comes out, gets that double kill, stops the push, the last push that EA Nova could actually go for when it comes to the contest, and the rotation for next is going to ensue. And again, they're going to try to stop that rotational gunfights for the side of Savage Doctor, but we've seen already before they have the more favorable spawn, but the gunfight is just not there.
Yeah, these teams have to realize that this game, it doesn't really require, you know, like mostly rotations. You have to really win your gunfights. This is a shooting game. If you can't win your gunfights, you cannot push around and advance into certain areas on the map, and that has been the case for E8 Nova here. Every time they go in for those rotations, they do have a sanctuary here by the ladder, and at speed 3 they are able to claim their early rotation and as well as the early time, but so far they have always met the fate of Savage Doctor, who's always there to go for those double chows to eventually eliminate them. But here we do see them team up, get these kills with a purifier. They're able to break the hill.
Spawn flip, and so far it will be Savage Doctor that really just got some points there in the early round, but a good turnaround coming in from E8 Nova as they're going in from that front side, and the Doctors seem to be like they're not just putting pressure into that trenches side. They seem to be like they want to have spawns for next instead. So they're allowing EA Nova to kind of clinch the points as the points are slowly closing the gap in between them, as they're just going to be granted with an open hard point. And now you get to see that 3 players are going to fully flush through from EA Nova into that next hill.
But it's still going to get, it's still going to take a lot more than that to actually flip the script here and take the lead. If you're E8 Nova, you have to be continuously consistent, and right now they are able to break the initial setup that we have here for Savage Doctor at P4, and so far they managed to break through that, but they have no players putting the point down to their favor and step inside, and that costed them some positions here as Sin finds that double. His team has been managing to able to pull this one off. They claim the first 30 seconds.
There you go, claiming the first 30 seconds on their end, just increasing the gap even more to 11 and 132. And it will be the Doctors that will bring out the Operators, the Death Machine on hand, but not able to sustain it very well as 3 players go down for EA Nova as they're only pushing in through one side. A very one-dimensional look for this team. If you go in there one by one, you'll be greeted by so much firepower, and they could have just went in there for the pinch. And now rotation for next. That third set of hills gonna finally unlock in a few seconds. It is important to note that what kind of setup that E8 will go for and possibly stop that win from the Doctors, as 237, you only have a few points left for that W.
Yeah, I mean, 12 more points here exactly for Savage Doctor. They finally take this one away. Gary and his team are looking to try to go for the pounce. He's going to be over towards the top floor. He's spawning the players down, coming through maps. He's made his way through. Should be able to get that read with this claw. He finds one. Goes back inside the point. Gets away with no kills here so far, but his teammates are going to be here to back him up and get this kill. 7 more points to actually end this game. You can see Riz getting away with that Operator's kill. They're looking to end this one up, but you can see the fight in for E8 Nova, but it will not be enough as we see Savage Doctor who finally takes this one away. 250 to 146. They take map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of things to, I guess, work on when it comes to Apocalypse as a map, because yes, they were able to get away from that 9-point thing that they had a while ago up against Smart Omega, but this time around you need to find a way to, number one, get those power positions down. We already mentioned a while ago in that early game that Temple is usually a heavily contested area, but they kind of just give away that area for free. Also, knowing very well that P4, P3 rotation is going to be absolutely key. Knowing very well that you need to have that top left spawn as well. So yeah, it's just really just micro adjustments on their end that we do get to see. Savage Doctor already has a really good hold up. Not just that, their operator usage was just so good.
Obviously, the claw as well as the Death Machine were properly invested there by Savage Doctor. It helped them break the point. It helped them stand their ground inside the hill. And we asked for Spur to be that guy to lead this team, as a fact, since he's the most experienced on the squad. He brings out 43 kills with 41 seconds inside of the hard point and averaging at least, you know, at 2.0 KD plus ratio. So that's going to be a great start here for Savage Doctor. They finally deal with one map. Now we're hopping into firing range S&D, where we saw E8 Nova really go and play head-to-head up against Impunity.
They went up head-to-head up against Impunity. It was 8-6. They got the better of that matchup. On the other side of things, the next day that they had, it was a 7-0 up against Smart Omega. And for the trend that we saw a while ago, it seems like they were not as prepared as we thought they would be here in Apocalypse. And I'm just hoping that they'll be a little bit more well-equipped here in firing range Search and Destroy, because things can get very messy here and things can go very fast. It's a small map. Rotations are going to be. So as we're trying to figure out if EA Nova could actually just slow things down, this is the best case scenario for them, because if we're going back to Crossroads Strike, that is a map mode that heavily favors Savage Doctors. Actually, all of the maps here kind of heavily favors the Doctors, but I'm just hoping that they were able to prepare the Nova team to just put on that gun power in through this firing range map.
They have to rely on their sniper here, since this is a long-range map that requires your sniper to be the primary engager. You really have to rely on, you know, those long-range engagements to get those first bloods for your team to open up certain areas on the map. But there are some teams that really love to play it aggressive, where they push players all the way to the trailers right off the get-go using their smokes, or just throw away a guy at the sandbags and push towards wood. So those are some plays that we might potentially see here for Nova and DVK for the side of Savage Doctors. And as we see it here at this S&D, it feels like Spur could still be that guy that they can rely on the most here at this map.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that you need that heroics in a certain thing, right? With Broke Boys Club, we saw heroics after heroics from two different members each game, actually. So we saw that up against Smart Omega, and we saw it a while ago up against EZR Booky. And this time around, we need to see that from the side of E8 Nova. Yes, you have Nobi. That could be your Slayer as well, but I'm interested to see how he's going to perform in non-respawn game modes, because he had the most kills in his team. On the other side of things, Esper is also a guy that could also lead the Doctors to a possible W here, and this is a crucial moment in the competition where every point matters. Just in case we end up with a tiebreaker, you are going to be counting those map wins.
Yeah, and obviously this is gonna matter a lot. If you are Savage Doctor, you obviously have the best chances of taking away these victories. As we take a look at the statistics on the map pools here up against E8 Nova, you have the best chance of taking away these games, especially the Crossroads later on at Control. But we're gonna be focusing first at this firing range, and we're gonna be able to see our boys from Savage Doctor starting on the defensive side. So a crucial take here as we approach this round number 1. What kind of angles are going to be taking? Are they going to be playing aggressive or defensive? So far, it seems like they're going to be the ones taking the bullet first. Nax takes the first blood.
That jump scope, man, that was good. But then they do get traded out. It's still very doable for EA Nova, as 2 players from the Doctors are going to go down, but it's Riz. Riz in his way in through mid, able to equalize it. 3v3 now. Bomb's gonna go down, but it's still very much impressive. But Nova, speaking of, it's not gonna be a 3v3, it's a 2v3, and Sin makes it into a 1v3, and it's just gonna be so difficult. And Snacks with a hit marker almost gets that second down. And wow, what a fast pick, and the snipers are actually alive from both of these teams. It's nice to see.
Yeah, Snacks obviously taking down Gary. They're at the Americans. And he was able to spot one more as he tries to defend that bomb over towards the A site, but too much there for Savage Doctor as they're able to stack that numbers and just overwhelm them with those gunshots. And still, we are seeing the same exact strategy here for Riz. Just take them away with the sniper.
Oh man, it is going to be the snipers of the Doctors that will be alive today in this round. As Gary gets that kill off the R9 though, able to go and equalize. It's still just going to be Sax that will be left here. And Sin is able to get rid of Sax. A 2-0. Fast pushes coming in from the Doctors every single round. And they're relying heavily on their snipers to get that pick, open things up, and allow their team to kind of just push through and just shove through that A side. Is it going to be the same case here, though? As Snacks going to be spotted out, but will be smoked out at the same time as player number 4, as Riz overextends and not able to get that kill, but Sin is going to be there for the backup.
This is a big trade coming along here for these quads as they're trying to navigate and fight for positioning. So at Ice Wall, if he gets his kill on this Fur, that's going to open up this B side. But if he sees Sin wander around here at the woods, that's going to be the flank that will devastate E8 Nova here at this matchup. But luckily, he gets dealt with, making this still a 3v3 situation.
Nova being on the attack. They still have the chance to possibly go for that Bravo side, but they have to worry about that one player. They need to get that information first, though. As the Doctors, they will have more of an advantage here as they cover all 3 lanes. First point of contact will be Esfer. CBR in hand, though, but will be met with a Fennec of Ice Wall as he's going to be the first point of contact for E8, but does not get that information. Exactly.
Esper here looking to try to create the play in the boxes. He gets one onto Leo, but Vince there for the trade, and it's going to be an all-out rotation battle here. Bipolar with the Holger gets that double, and that will be 3 straight rounds coming along the way of Savage Doctors.
I mean, you already know that it's a hotspot, that certain area in Bravo, but unfortunately for Nova, they checked it, but they didn't check it well enough because he was actually just hiding behind the boxes. Riz, though, gets that first blood, and that's going to be stopping that push from Nova. Any kind of information going to be blocked off, smoked out. Riz again gets that second kill.
And that opens up the Woodhouse. If number 3 in Gary can extend over towards Long A, he could potentially go for the kill there. But they are going to go guns blazing all the way to the jungles as Fer finds that double. It's all down to Vin. But Sin is there to commit sin and get that murder. 4-0 here for Savage Doctor. They're looking pretty confident. All of their attacks so far has come in aggressively.
Yeah, the Doctors right now are just quite ironically being the Grim Reapers of this game. They're not going to, just give you any kind of breathing room whatsoever. A fast push going in through that Bravo side as mid is going to be smoked down, but they will be greeted by 2 players from Doctors.
And well, for Vince, he's going to be the first guy to be eliminated here at this round. And Sin, he has been locking it down in his close range engagements. He has been pretty solid and consistent in getting those eliminations for the squad, and currently has 6 here at the moment. It's all down to E8 Snacks to try to clutch this one out. A 1v4, 2 players coming along the way to the jungles, and he's gonna get double chows. Fur gets that kill, and 21 Savage making life work of the scenario. 5-0 already.
Man, Savage literally just said, "Welcome to the jungle."
Welcome to the jungle.
We have fun in games, man. They're just having fun. They're speed running this at the moment. But Gary, again, opens things up, gets that first pick.
What?
Again, Riz gets another kill off of that 2F in Woodhouse. And it seems like Nova's just peeking the same angles, and Esfer still gets that kill, even though there were 2 players right there.
And there we go, Kiel. That guy just pushed towards the A side and he gets taken down. It's all down to Leo. Sin, he's got a good eye off of this rotation. It only took 29 seconds to end this round number 6, and Savage Doctors already at match point. By the time we open up this attack side for them, it's gonna be even a lot faster.
I mean, here we go. Finally being on the attacking side this time around, they get to dictate the pace. Fast push. It's going to be that smoke, but he does not wait for it to pop. He is going to go down, and Sin just getting punished at the moment, and it will be E8 getting majority of the first bloods.
That's 2 big kills coming in for the side of Elevate Nova as they have really struggled getting those first bloods on his first 6 rounds. And now they have to continue up this pressure, make sure to convert this into a round win, knowing that they have a 4v2 situation in here. Bomb is going to be down at the long A, but Riz looking to extend here at the armories, here at the back firing range in Snacks. He may have heard of the sound cue and is looking to try to hunt down Riz, and he's not going to be spotted here. Great rotation coming from him.
Oh, the timing, man, was just not in his favor, and Snacks, unfortunately for him, does not able to see Riz, and again his timing is just prime. Gets 1 possibility to get that second. He knows that there's 1 more player, and player number 1 on their end, Bipolar, could actually also provide some sort of assistance. Snacks, though, able to get Riz. A 2v1 situation. Bomb still down. 44 seconds left on the clock. A lot of time for Bipolar to play with. Spots one again with the holder. Gets one. A 1v1 situation. They're so close together, and with a pistol in hand and the reload down, it doesn't matter as Bipolar ends the round with a beautiful clutch, a 7-0. And it seems to be true, unfortunately for E8 Nova, still a 7-0 in firing range.
Back-to-back 7-0s. It really has to hurt if you're E8 Nova. But that last round, they had the most potential at winning, only to be taken away by Bipolar, who used the walls to his advantage, being that guy that clutch up that 1v2 that pushes this team to win the series 2-0. But they still have an opportunity to win another map in Crossroads Strike, which is going to be at Control. That's the next map we're going to be hopping into. But man, what a fast game that we just had here at this map number 2 after all of the long games that we had between our EZR and the Smart Omega games. Yeah, obviously.
Today. I mean, even the first game, it was pretty fast. It was only that second series with Broke Boys Club and also EZR that was the longest of today. And now it's a 7-0 yet again. And you just gotta feel bad for that last round because Nax just did not have the timing to his favor. He was really on the tail of Riz, but unfortunately at the last second, he just could not meet him with his scope. Esfer still stays true to his MVP status, securing that 8 kills, having 1 plant as well. On the other side, Veen having that 5, but it is just going to be difficult because it looks like that E8 Nova is just having a difficult time winning a lot of these gunfights.
It really showed. Like, in the first 3 rounds that we had, they were really taken down aggressively and they did not have any fight at all. Savage Doctor had at least 4 or 5 players alive every time they ended that first 3 rounds, and that can already be a glimpse. That was the glimpse that really showed the difference between Savage Doctor and E8 Nova and Spur, taking up another MVP here, back-to-back here so far. And now they're going into a map in Control where they obviously have the better edge, 100% win rate at that map here so far. And we take a look at the flip side in E8 Nova. They played that one 2 maps already and still haven't won a single game.
Yeah, imagine Savage Doctor still maintaining that 7-0 firing range statistic. That is very much impressive. So hopefully they get that momentum down in their next games. But speaking of that next game, we are ending things in Crossroads Strike, where we've already kind of mentioned it a while ago, where EA Nova kind of just struggles in both of these maps. Lost it up against Impunity to a 2-3. So it went down to the wire, game number 5, but also went down up against Smart Omega in 0-3 fashion as well. On the other side of things, Savage Doctor, the only Control game that they won, it was in Crossroads Strike up against Impunity, gave them the L. And so, like we already said a while ago, is they still have more of an advantage here in these map mode selections, which makes you wonder why this was the selection in the first place. We saw a while ago in game number 1 unconventional maps that absolutely threw off the likes of Smart Omega. The same thing should be said or should be done here when they were doing the map pick selection process. Throw off your enemy team, because having a mirror of a game that you had up against Omega for E8 Nova just did not do them any favors. They were not prepared for it.
Yeah, and you just have to do the exact same thing, because still, even though that they have been managed to get some experience playing this map, the experience that you have and the amount of firepower that you can pack inside the map, it's still different compared to E8 Nova in this game. So obviously, this is the best map pick that we have coming along the way for Savage Doctor. Obviously, Spur is still going to be that guy that will lead this team to victory, but Sin has showed himself to be that second best fragger for this squad here, and we're starting to see him get his act together, being, very solid in terms of his gun skill at the close range, especially with that SMG.
I mean, speaking of the gun selection, Bipolar with the Holger, I haven't seen the Holger in so long. I mean, I love to see it. I mean, I always saw it in the EU region. People love using the LMGs, but here in Garena, we barely see it anymore. I kind of miss it. It's actually nice to see Bipolar knows how to use it very well to his advantage. It really is depending on your playstyle. And in this season, the gun selection is so wide, so much balanced weapons that you can use. But anyway, enough of that. We're going in for our final game here in this series. series where we do get to see that the doctors trying to establish that connection here in through that tank room, able to get these kills down, but with only one player left that will actually win it and possibly just apply a lot of pressure down.
Every time we open up this game, it's always going to be E8 Nova that, really has to drop the ball here. They already lost 10 lives in the first 30 seconds, and Gary, extending over towards the sandbags, just continues to make the push even harder here for E8 Nova. And Bipolar was actually lurking around the left side of the map, is looking to try to create a spawn trap situation where they're going to be able to funnel down the players coming through here at this side of the map, which is going to make it easier for them to go for eliminations. Already has 4 on the feed.
Bipolar, Holger in hand, like what you mentioned already, is just going to try to create so much chaos on that spawn side, but he will be dealt with. It is still going to be the doctors that will have that tank room advantage, and you can see the life disparity is just a little bit too much here. With just 30 seconds left on the clock, E8 Nova will definitely have a difficult time when it comes to obtaining all of those objectives down, as the tick of progress in Bravo is gonna be erased. And speaking of, they were erased off the board so quickly, and a speed run gonna happen here via the doctor's appointment.
And they couldn't even really go and contest the point. They couldn't even break the spawns here because Bipolar and the crew was really using and utilizing the tank room to their advantage, always taking down the players that are going to go up ahead. Now, as we're trying to switch this one up, obviously Savage Doctors are going to be on the attack side, looking pretty confident that they have the tank room now lined up. They're looking to get the push here at the A side. Mid streets will be taken care of, and they are in line to go for a capture here at the A side.
You can see the skill gap is just so wide in this control, as you can see that Savage Doctors are just winning majority of the gunfights. Very much mechanically skilled. Second tick of progress here in Alpha already done, but still very much doable for Nova to try and make a comeback, as the lives in between them not too far off. His player number 3, that's Kiel, can actually do some damage. If he will have that timing right, he definitely will be able to do so. He finally gets 1. Is on the hunt to do more, and he is dealing a lot of damage here in through tank room, and he will be dealt with some of these players, but they're very much aware of where he is. He's still going on a shred before finally being taken down.
Adjustments being made here by Savage Doctor, taking away the tank from away for E8 Nova. Gary getting that kill onto Leo, just open things up for this B push to work for their side. But you can see Spur was going to be on the rocks here on the top left side of the map, finds a double to his side, makes this a 16-7 on the live count department. E8 is not having it here at all. Gary investing in the claw as well, looking to try to decimate the squad of Nova as they go in and just go down every time they spawn. It is not looking good at all.
Icewall, though, with the KRM, just creating so much chaos here into the inside of tank room. It will be met by the gloves of Riz, and he's going around there 1v12. It's just not gonna be doable as the gloves were out. The gloves of glory. Manny Pac-Man is right here in Garena Masters, but it is a speed run every single time here in this rounds of control.
And E8, even though they tried to slow it down, they had to play for the tank room. It wasn't really enough to take down Savage Doctors. The versatility of Savage can be really seen here at this game. Gary, he has been popping off with his first 2 rounds, but you can also talk about Spur and Bipolar with that Holger 26, just beaming down every player he spots inside the game.
Not quite sure if the KRM is going to be the play here, just because you're only very much limited to the inside of these walls of the rooms, right? So you can see that Riz is just definitely risen out here. War Machine just spamming it on hand. He is gonna have also that Hunter Killer drone, but he will be greeted face to face with someone else. It's the operators that are gonna be brought out by this team, by the doctors, and it's still gonna be on their favor. They're just causing havoc outside, inside. Purifier dealing damage, but not able to get a lot of these kills as well.
The life counts are still up to par, and E8 Nova could potentially take this one away. They're getting better in terms of their map control. Their attack side is going to be better, knowing that they have managed to take away Riz heroes contesting this A point, but they still need to get that one segment locked in, and that's going to be successful for them. But they got to worry about the flank here. Players are going to be attacking this tank room, and E8, they're going to be met with the flank, and if they're going to win their gunfights, they're going to go down at the A side.
Signs of life coming in from E8 Nova. Very much duel for them to try to capture this A side. They're not able to lock it down. Not quite sure if they were able to lock down that second tick of progress, but 22 seconds left. They need to try and step on it. Player number 4 needs to find a way to help his teammates because right now he's just having that one side. Not quite sure if he disconnected or anything, but it's essentially a 4v5 right now. And speaking of the lives, it's 7. They're finally applying that pressure in through Alpha. Third tick of progress gonna ensue. Pipolar with the Holger in hand gets that kill. A possibility for them to stop that push in through Alpha as well as they're trying to look for that last player. But unfortunately, Nobi with just 2 kills to his name is just gonna stay right there. A 3-0 here in control. A 3-0 in the series. So many O's.
Oh no! 3-0. Savage Doctor finally wins a series here once again, and it took them, you know, like great source from Spur, Bipolar, and Gary. These 3 players really kept it consistent, and once they got this victory here, this victory at this round number 1, they just replicated that at map number 2 and at round number 2 and round number 3. And the next thing we know, it just ended up with the win. But good thing, though, for the guy holding that Holger 26 is that he's getting a lot of kills. Bipolar really can hit with that Holger, despite the low mobility.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's very much an EU player at this moment. I'm going to call it. I mean, he belongs there in EU. They love their LMGs there. And it's something that we don't really get to see that often. You actually are able to get so much kills if you play it well. We used to see it being held by a lot of these Garena players. The one I'm thinking of, obviously, the Chopper King of the old Hydra. He knows how to play that exactly. You wall bang it, and it's nice to see the amount of diversity that you have in your arsenal this time around in this season. And like what a lot of these content creators even mention, or even pro players, is that this time around it is very much you can choose so many weapons in your arsenal depending on your play style. So it's nice to see that Savage Doctor will have a very diverse set of weapons. But I mean, on the other side of things, it's just very difficult because Nobi was the shredder for that hard point, but for him to not be connected to this game and having just 2 kills was definitely a huge blow to this team.
And not only that, I mean, we just saw Icewall using a KRM on this close range map, on this long range map, right? It definitely played a factor because most of the players that he's trying to take down are using long range to their advantage, especially Bipolar, who has the numbers at that guy with that Holger 26. And I think the gun selection could have been, utilized a lot better. They could have played more range instead of using that shotgun to their advantage, because looking at it this way, initially, they did not have any map control whatsoever for him to go for a spawn trap situation with that S shotgun.
You could have had more variety. I mean, this doesn't work in a map like Crossroads, and also you're down 1 player that could actually slay from far away. And so it definitely will be kind of they're out there -1 more limb in a battlefield where you're going up against a full squad. So there you go, man. We're done with our 3rd game, and here are the highlights so far, where it was just Savage Doctor every single mode. Highlights here will definitely favor the Doctors just a tiny bit more, and we saw it here already. They just weren't prepared, E8 Nova, for this gameplay, for the mirrored maps that they had up against Smart Omega. It seems like needs to go back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong in both of these series.
And it all really started with their rotation in here as well, because at the Apocalypse, we saw them actually utilizing that temple, especially at that P2, but only to be turned away, right? And once that actually stopped, they kept on pushing on towards the hideout instead of the temple. And it really hurted their odds of breaking the point, because in a map like Apocalypse, you need to have the spawn in your side to finally get this through. But here, as we take a look at this 1v2 here from Pipola to eventually seal this game as 7-0, he was really prepared for this big moments. And then we take a look at this control Crossroads, where we saw a lot of performance coming in from Pipolar. Again, he scored the MVP here, but obviously Spur is going to be our MVP of the game. 23.33 average kills per game, and a 3.18 KDA ratio speaks a lot on what this guy could do. And now they just have to work at this momentum moving on towards their next games.
And this must feel good if you're a Savage Doctor. And it seems like when it comes to day number 3, they're just going on their momentum. They're riding on a high. They're winning. They're winning their gunfights really well. Yes, they had a difficult first 2 days up against the LOWKINGS and EZR, but granted, they are very much difficult opponents. So to win Impunity against Impunity in such a convincing fashion, and to do the same up against E8 Nova, their next few games must feel great. To the fact that, okay, slowly but surely they're doing baby steps, winning up against teams that should be on their level, but it seems like they're above and beyond when it comes to the competition right now.
Obviously, and we're going to be hopping into our interview here to talk about what went down here at this game between Savage Doctor, and it's going to be Riz. Riz, how are you doing, man?
Doing good, man. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello?
And
Yeah.
hello?
Okay. So, sorry. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Riz. How are you?
Hello, hi.
Congratulations on your win. How do you feel
Thank you,
after
thank
taking
you.
this victory up against E8?
How you feel? It's planned. So basically, we screamed this few days multiple times. So all of this is like we've been putting a lot of practice to it, lah. So yeah, it's what we expected, lah. That's what we were saying.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
It's what
okay.
you expected. Okay, I like that. I like that answer. That is confidence, and it actually just shows, especially with your convincing win up against Impunity, you did the same exact thing up against E8 Nova. What are your plans now going ahead into the next few days of the group stage, knowing very well that you still have to meet very much difficult opponents in Group B?
We are basically still putting a lot of effort into it, lah, like screaming and those like our strategy and wise, because for sure going against BBC and all those teams is not easy for us, but we will try our best to to put out a show out there, lah, for sure.
Yeah, something that we mentioned actually a while ago. Slowly but surely, you're going up against the ladder, the bottom fragging teams, Impunity, and then E8 Nova. I think that one little thing is, how prepared are you up against the match up against DVK?
We are preparing for that. We are very excited against DVK because it's going to be one of the match that I think it's going to be a good fight for us, that's for sure. Yeah, so we are looking forward into fighting against DVK.
Okay. Final question. How confident are you on a scale of 1 to 10 in defeating DVK Oblivion in the series?
Wow, 1 to 10. Hey, don't do that. Don't like that, bro. Don't like that, bro. 5 50-50. We very humble one. No, actually no, 2. We very humble. Yeah.
Okay, that will be all. Thank you for joining us here, Risen, for this short interview. Good luck. Congratulations on the win, and good luck on your next game up against DVK Oblivion on our next broadcast. And well, very humble for Risen here, Beef Mami.
I know, right? So much humility here, but I'm excited for you guys to absolutely shred it inside the competition. Thank you so much, Riz. All right, that's one interview down here and possibly one more to go later on, but we're still catching up when it comes to Cali. As you can see, he's just rapping right now. But anyway, we got one more series in the horizon to end things off. He already mentioned it, Aweli. I already asked it. It is going to be DVK Oblivion up against Impunity for our next matchup. But for now, we're going to be taking a quick short break as Cali is still going to catch up when it comes to the audio. We'll see you in a little bit.
small lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
Game of the day here in Garena Masters 5. We're here, Group B, day number 4. We're halfway through the gameplay. And Callie, how are you feeling now that we basically speed ran through our day today?
I expected more of a fight on that match number 3, but I'll take what they could give, right? So now we're gonna be hopping into Impunity and DVK Oblivion. Both squads still hasn't won any series yet. So this is the opportunity for them to find one and use that as a spark to get more serious wins in the coming schedules that they have.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the wins, I'm pretty excited to see and pretty shocked with what we saw, especially in that last series, because we knew in the first 2 games it could have been close, but everything was topsy-turvy. Series number 1, it was a 3-0. It was so far away. Series number 2, things were very much spicy. Everything was head-to-head. On the other side of things, when we saw E8 Nova and Savage Doctor, things were also topsy-turvy. So you're seeing a trend here, right? So it means maybe in this time around, Impunity might give us an upset. I don't know. At this point, I don't like making any predictions anymore. Caster predictions, throwing it out the window.
It's gonna be hard to actually predict this one through, but by judging the team's performance on their past games, Broke Boys for DVK Oblivion, they managed to keep it close up against EZR Booky. Impunity really had it rough up against Savage Doctor, which is going to be a big point because this is going to be the last match of the day. And just like what we talked about earlier, 3-0 win for WPM LOWKINGS at match number 1. It was a steamroll, and this EZR Booky and Broke Boys Club could have go down to a war. It could have been a Broke Boys Club win if they had forced at map number 5 at that control. But here, at map number 3, at match number 3, we expected more fight from E8 Nova, but Savage Doctor, again, their aggression really was just too much. E8 Nova got overwhelmed. Now the question is, would it still be the same here? Can DVK Oblivion overwhelm Impunity and carry on the momentum that they had up against EZR Booky to this day? Because so far, Beef Mammy, they haven't won any map and any series at all.
Man, that's hard to hear because when it comes to it, Impunity should try to step it up. We saw it a while ago with E8 Nova versus Savage Doctor. We saw it a while ago versus WPM LOWKINGS and Smart Omega, where when it comes to the map bans and picks selection is the most key. WPM LOWKINGS and Smart Omega, you saw maps that we haven't seen in this group stage yet, and I think that is one of the reasons why that the LOWKINGS were able to snatch this win so convincingly. Same case here for Savage Doctor on the opposite side of the spectrum, where Nova just gave them the same maps that they played up against Smart Omega, and they knew that Savage Doctor did so well up against Impunity in these same maps. So it really is important, and pretty much a lot of these newer teams kind of overlook this point, is you need to be smart when it comes to your picks and bans. Impunity need to find a way to outsmart DVK Oblivion in that regard.
And the best way for them to actually outsmart DVK Oblivion here is just to ban out that takeoff hardpoint, ban out that raid control, and you're basically set with that because you're going to be able to play maps like Summit or potentially a Shanda on your lineup, which could potentially help your team get the win here. But again, easier said than done. You really have to emphasize the importance of having those bans and picks. But now let's take a look at the player lineup that will be coming up ahead here for this match number 4 up against. This is going to be Impunity and DVK Oblivion. And on the first lineup, we got Dawn, No Way, Gurking, R7K, Tefi, and Jawdraw representing Impunity Esports, a team coming from Singapore.
Yeah, the Singaporeans, they just really want to get the dub. Jawdra looks like a child. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize how young this guy looked. Oh, what a cutie.
We're just old.
You know what? You don't need to fire shots, man. You're not old. I am. Don't let Neptune or AJ hear that.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully they're not watching the live stream.
This makes me feel so... You know what? Being old is amazing. What do you mean? But anyway, well, now we're leaving this team alone. Impunity is right there, but they are going to meet their match. DVK Oblivion absolutely needs this W, especially with such a talented team like this, where even when it comes to the introductions, you already know that this team is on point. We've seen them every single time when it comes to local tournaments. They just absolutely shine. But when it comes to here in Garena Masters 5, still very much a rookie team. But yes, Bench has been in NRX before, but they've never really had a chance to get championships here. So it really is a difficult thing to have, because they started this competition out with such difficult opponents in the name of Broke Boys Club, LOWKINGS, and EZR. They only have to meet Omega later on, but that is for the future. Right now, though, they have an easier time going up against teams on the bottom side of the bracket, which will give them more of a time to kind of breathe a little bit, get those points down, and hopefully later on when they do meet Smart Omega in the distance, maybe they'll be able to bring them down, as what we saw Broke Boys Club and also LOWKINGS do in the process.
In Wadu here for DVK Oblivion has been the playmaker for this squad. He's the recent addition, but he plays like he is the best player at this lineup right now. What this team needs so far is overall consistency from their Slayer and Badman, and they have to expect more from their captain in Civ, because these are the core players from the former LF org from Garena Masters 4 that, played very well. But here so far, after facing so many tough competition, couldn't really get their acts together. But here at our maps and modes, we take a look at the maps. We take a look at DVK Oblivion, able to pick that hard point and that control, and they eventually pick their best map as much as possible. Take off at hard point, read at control. This is the best way for them to win the game.
Oh man, this is a really good map selection for DVK, because Takeoff, yes, they lost it majority of the time, but it was very close up against EZR, where it was a 250 and 244, so it was very much anybody's ball game here. And a while ago, we saw in Tunisia, you need to find a way to play this well. In both of these teams, only DVK Oblivion had a little bit of experience here with a 7-1 in the favor of LOWKINGS with DVK, and Impunity has never played this map at all. They haven't played all of these maps actually, so we don't have any kind of statistic, but that might be a little bit scary if you're Impunity, because knowing very well that DVK has played these maps pretty convincingly, maybe in the exception of Tunisia, maybe that's the one bright spot that Impunity can take away in these map mode selection.
The repetition is factoring a lot here for DVK Oblivion. The compound, the amount of reps that they added in their takeoff rate is going to compound eventually, and they have the better odds of winning this game. But Impunity has to take away one of the respawns and take away their map pick in Tunisia to be able to win this series. And if not, this is going to spiral out of control. And obviously, we're hopping into Takeoff, a map where DVK Oblivion dragged EZR Booky to a 250 to a 244 finish. It gets quite overwhelming if you let them have that same exact amount of momentum here at this game number one.
Definitely. I mean, with a scoreline like that up against a really good team, that can definitely be overwhelming if you're Impunity. You need to find a way to kind of just study what actually happened in that particular game, because when you're looking at the numbers, right, who is going to be that top Slayer for that team? I mean, you're taking a look at Wadu. You knew how well this guy actually performed back in the day when he was in Huntsman. So Wadu did a good job at slaying out. He's also pretty much well versed when it comes to those S&Ds. He did a phenomenal job in his run. But also you're taking a look at players such as Badman as well. There's so many Slayers here for the side of DVK that I'm not going to be surprised that going head to head up against EZR was pretty much doable for for them. So it's just a question mark of how consistent this team could actually be.
They have to put in a lot of effort here. If they still want that top 4 spot to be locked in, they have to win every match from here on out, and they have to make sure that they win up against Smart Omega at the final day of the group stage for Group B. So they have a tall order to do, and they have to start this journey with a victory here up against Impunity, but that's not going to be that easy. Now on our final match of the day for Group B here, Impunity and DVK Oblivion starting at hardpoint takeoff. We got DVK starting on the better side. They're going to be hopping inside a hardpoint to contest against Impunity.
Here we go, though. When it comes to the kills, Impunity is doing a good job at flushing out the players from DVK, and they're able to kind of manage themselves a tiny bit more. Dawn able to get one more kill, stops the push on through that left side of the map, but it is still DVK still having a hold of that P4 spot. The verticality in this map definitely is going to be very much important, and player number from Impunity, that's Gurking, that will try to apply that pressure often through that P1, but rotation for next is already going to ensue. You can see that they're fighting for that power position off of scaffolding.
Impunity is just getting locked down here at the right side of the map, and they couldn't really break away from this spawn trap from Epox, who's currently on a 5 spree. But as soon as I said that, he does get cut down. But you can see spawns actually being chaotic right now, but Impunity are gifted with that next rotation. You can see number 5 in Tefi already holding down True Jennies, and DVK Oblivion are going to be on the back foot here as we open up P2.
Oh no, Badman still spawns him though, and Dawn, even though that he wasn't spotted, still goes down. And it is still going to be DVK trying to enter from the front, still trying to win these gunfights down, able to try and shut down that spawn as well, as player number 3 from DVK is waiting for Badman to go in there for the help. So far though, they're not winning their gunfights, and it's still going to be Impunity with a more favorable spawn, but I thought the assistance of that Predator mishap from Aro was going to be able to get that, but unfortunately for him, does not do so.
Yeah, the troop assistant was there to cancel that one out, but you can see number 3 in Aro looking to try to take away Jenny's control here, being held by Tefi. But here at the front, also at P2, a triple chow coming along the way for Impunity, but the pinch play maneuver coming from Epox, holding down the fort, will be able to get them this final beat of points at this P2. And you can see Steve on a 5 spree at the moment, has built himself up to a Predator missile, which will be useful moving in towards our next hardpoint P3.
Even though Impunity had the more favorable spawn, DVK was still able to manage it, even though number 1, they didn't have the spawn control. They were able to contest it every single time, even down to the last second. They sent those 2 players to do those last-minute contest points and sent the rest of their team into that rotation for next instead. They will have that generator spawn, though, as player number 4, unfortunately, Steve goes down, and that could have been an essential place to actually win. And fortunately for him, Dawn is going to go down as well. So when it comes to that rotation, Impunity is just losing majority of the gunfights here.
Yeah, but they're gifted with, again, another pinch play that could potentially work to their side, as they're still struggling to find their way in. Predator missile from Steve gets Gurking, and the operator from Sparrow from Arrow gets himself this triple kill, which will help this team just funnel out the players towards the generator. And his team still looking to try to lock this one down. Impunity now are about to flood inside a hill. They take down Wadu, but they still failed to break as Badman there for the reinforcement.
DVK just playing their operators right, where you already mentioned it. Impunity could have had a chance to go in there for the pinch play to try and contest the point, but it really was the timing of the operators that was the biggest difference there for DVK. Now that rotation for next already going to be occupied by DVK, where they're trying to get that spawn off of Jenny's. But the thing that they have to worry about is everyone else from Impunity is going to be spawning off into the left side, but they're not able to sustain it, as that one player, Badman, is going to spawn off into the same side as well.
And here we go, another play being held here by DVK. Same exact thing. They had to use their operator just to try to break inside. And you can see Badman holding towards that staircases here at the mid-map, just to try to stop the flank from happening. And he has been finding good value off of that operator as he finds the triple. Steve inside the hill continues to lock down the time as his team is just pulling ahead up against Impunity.
We need to see Impunity when it comes to a unified attack, because so far they are going in there 1 by 1, and that could have been a huge way for them to capture and retake this hill, because DVK everyone was inside of the hill with the exception of just one player that spawned off into P3. So it really is just that one mindset that we need to see Impunity have, because you get to see that their spawn control is not too bad. It's just they're going in there one-on-one, giving these engagements to DVK for free. And now we're going into the next set of rotations, and DVK is going to be positioned well.
And still a lot of time for Impunity to adjust their rotation here at the moment at this P1 reset as we move into the second set of hardpoint rotation. And it seems like they're going to be able to lose their mid-map ground, and they're going to be spawning on the top right side of the map. And that's going to be more chance for DVK to get that spawn trap enabled. Spawn's chaotic here so far as they spawn everywhere. They have to win their 1v1s to socially advance, and seems like that's not going to be the case as the kill feed was painted yellow before they find some trades.
It is going to be an open hardpoint. And Epoch's just doing a good job, but just creating so much noise here and through mid and through scaffolding, not allowing Impunity to have that scaffolding control. And now 14 seconds on the clock, and this is where we saw Impunity had more of a solid hold on the spawns, but DVK was still able to fight it and to contest it from the front side. It seemed like they didn't really need to have the spawns in the first place, was able to mitigate that bleeding. And now on the same case though, it is going to be Impunity winning a lot of the gunfights in that rotation here, but Wadu with a claw able to make so much damage, so much noise here, and he's going to be able to stop it all on his own. And now backup is finally going to come through, and even though that Impunity had the more favorable spawn, the operators of DVK still reign supreme.
And here comes the Predator missile. That should be more information on where these players are spawning at. They're spawning all the way towards P3, and that's going to be more time in the hands of DVK Oblivion. Impunity still trying to find a way to try to break this hill, and it really is going to be like very hard for you to break this hill all by yourself. You have to try to learn how to stack, and that has not been adjusted here very well by Impunity as they still go in there individually. 23 seconds left here at this P2. Still a lot of time. You have to go for this contest, but DVK is just too overwhelming right now. They can't win any gunfight. Kill feed once again painted in yellow.
Late Sparrow by Oro, and also he was punished as he's not able to find a single kill off of that operator. And now the rotation being won by Badman, and even though that Dawn was right there pretty much early on into the last few seconds of that hill, it is still them they're honestly winning the gunfights. They're winning it mechanically. You can see how far off the kills are going to be, and that's why you always get to see that DVK just has operators and score streaks at the usage. And even though the early rotations are going to be there for Impunity, it's just not going to matter when you're losing your gunfights. DVK, just a few seconds left, 13 seconds for them to win it, and so far that one last unified push from Impunity needs to go in and ensue right now, as Steve with the 22k CBR in hand able to stop the push. And even though that Impunity went in there for early rotation, spawn control, DVK instead went in there guns a-blazing. It did not matter.
I'm interested to see what's the difference like in terms of kills, because Wadu has like 40 kills, and I believe he outperformed 3 of the players from the side of Impunity in terms of getting these kills. And every time that we saw a player from DVK and the POVs, it almost felt like everyone was on a spree. We saw Badman with 8, we got Wadu with 5, Steve had at least 7 at that time. And it just really was chaotic there for Impunity. They kept getting punished by the operators that were well invested by DVK Oblivion, especially Wadu at that P2 where he investing in that claw and eventually just broke the hill all by himself.
This is not a number that you want to see if you're Impunity. And it just really is unfortunate for Impunity right now, because they really desperately needed the points. Both of these teams really, just because they're at the bottom, no wins yet whatsoever. But like we already kind of said a while ago, is that DVK Oblivion isn't supposed to be at the top bottom 6, bottom 7 or 8 spot. They deserve to be a little bit higher. But since they were met with such fire and such gigantic teams in the beginning of our group stages, they had a difficult time. And so now they're going up against teams that are on either the same skill level or still basically trying to catch up. And now it seems like Impunity has a lot of just catching up to do. And now we're going into Tunisia, where Impunity hasn't played this yet.
And there's a reason though that they picked this map. DVK Oblivion lost this map up against WPM LOWKINGS, so obviously they're thinking that, oh, maybe we can hit them with their weakness here once again to finally get ourselves a map win here on this series, right? But after just what we saw from that hardpoint takeoff, that last 70 difference by DVK Oblivion in kill department is not a small margin. It is a very big margin that they just talked about. So obviously that could carry over here at this SND Tunisia, and most likely since they're starting on the defensive side, we could see potential aggression at the initial rounds that we're gonna have.
Well, when it comes to the gameplays here in Tunisia, you can just slow things down, make sure that your snipers are just on point, especially when you're trying to stop a push on the defensive side. Like we saw it a while ago, it was Young Jay that was stopping the push all on his own on that Bravo side. You can leave one player there. You can just leave one sniper there. We saw it a while ago in, I think that was NA, it was stage 4. You can just leave one sniper there. You're all good, and you can just get one pick, especially when you're being met by an aggressive bunch. You just leave to go and rotate. Alpha is a more difficult approach when it comes to being on the attacking side because there's so many more corners to actually, you know, think about. So it is still, I think, a way for Impunity to breathe just a tiny bit. The comms need to be on point as well. They need to be lightning quick.
And I believe like the loss of No Way not playing here today really seriously spiked low down the gunpowder of this squad, because No Way's consecutively top frag for the side of Impunity in like their first 3 games here at Garena Masters 5. But like what she said here, as a setup on this defensive sides, having only one sniper at that B side is just more than what you need. And I think Luminosity Gaming, Tectonic actually emphasizes that one very, very well.
I was about to say, it was Tectonic.
And
yeah,
I really watch him. All of like the maps that they played at Tunisia, he was always there just to really back up his teammate, being that support info getter for the squad and for every team that's really playing and watching it right now. Having that kind of setup will help you boost up your info game when you try to play Tunisia. But now, here we have it. DVK Oblivion and Impunity. Can we see an upset? We're going to have to find that one out here as we start this map number 2.
Our last search and destroy of the day. And I don't know if it's going to be a speed run, or is it going to be similar to what we saw a while ago with the Broke Boys Club up against EZR, where BBC or Broke Boys Club was able to get the better of EZR, man. I mean, it's just really, it's so difficult to tell when it comes to a map like this.
It's really, it can snowball at times, especially when you lose temper. And obviously here at this game, Steve starts it all off, playing the B side very well, finds that double. And you can see number 1 in Badman already going around the flank. This is just going to be a nightmare. It's coming in for Impunity as they're going to be stuck on only one angle here at this B side.
And now it is just going to be that one player left, and Gherkin with the sniper in hand, not able to clutch it up for his team. I mean, I just hope that they watched the game a while ago in that series number 2 with the Broke Boys Club and what kind of adjustments that they did up against EZR, because that is no easy opponent to defeat, right? And now we're seeing Impunity on the attacking side, and they might be slowed down just a touch just because that Jadra was not able to pick up that bomb.
But they're still going to full stack this area. No one's really watching the flanking right now, so player like Batman or Wadi could just potentially shift their numbers all the way towards that mid side and just take away this game. But so far, I love it. They're just gonna have to play this one slow, wait for DVK to actually come and overextend, but that's not exactly what's happening at this point, and now you're gonna get punished. Epoch's there for the backup, takes down Dawn.
There you go. Fast engagements coming in from Impunity. They are getting their trades down, so that's going to be good. So now that they've established that, okay, we have fully flushed out this Bravo side, a plant needs to go and ensue, and Jadra is going to be able to do such a thing, but they need to worry about these 3 players that will come through through that mid lane, and Deppy still getting these kills down, and these are signs of life for Impunity.
A nice kill here. It's just defense at the main entrance, but you let Batman let loose. He gets a double, and you're now down to your last player in R7K, who's gonna try to back away here at the buildings, but Batman there to clean up, finds himself 3 kills, and the defuse here for DVK coming through. Very perfect post-plant retake coming from them. They went over by the main tunnel, and Badman, really that playmaker here to get this lead up to 2.
There you go, DVK. And even though that Impunity had more of an upper hand, getting the bomb down, getting those first engagements, that post-plant response definitely was so good for them. A fast push possibly going in through that mid-map, where they will be greeted by no one from DVK. So the setup is very much heavy on that alpha side. You're already seeing these 2 players from DVK rotating, providing that flank, but it is definitely going to be difficult for Impunity as they're going to be stuck in a corner. The pinch is going to happen, and Oro with the 3-piece definitely going to be huge for DVK.
And where we're actually seeing Impunity actually stuck on towards the flank, and see 1v1 at the close range, loses that gunfight, but Badman there for the clean. And another fast round, only took 27 seconds to get that victory. It's now 3-0.
Man, Impunity was just so passive in that round, and they just did not leave any kind of seeds. Because if you're going to be playing passive, you gotta leave some players to check corners just in case you get pushed. You can't just be passive just to be quiet. You will not get any information whatsoever. Badman opens things up with that grenade, cooked it to perfection, and you get to see that DVK is going to be so aggressive, knowing very well that Impunity is just not going to want to push them.
And for Jodra here, feeling confident they can win this gunfight, he takes down Badman. But obviously here, you're gonna have to meet these 3 players. You have the potential to take away Wadu, who's actually lurking around the winery here. You can spray him up with that Fennec, and Dawn finally gets that kill to go. But you still have Steve and Aura to worry about. You're gonna be stuck at the winery. You are caught into a crossfire here at this squad, so you have to win these kills.
DVK being punished by over-pushing, being overzealous right now, and Steve just slowly pushes up and able to catch them off guard and able to get that double kill and secure DVK another win, a fast push. And at this moment, they are just disrespecting the play of Impunity, which is something that you can do. You play mind games up against your opponent. And now I'm not going to be surprised if DVK is just going to be passive and make Impunity just have so much anxious thoughts with pushing.
And they're going to try to play it passive here, you can see. And they're going to let open the entrance here at the winery from Wadu, who's actually the main player that played great at hardpoint takeoff earlier. So having that one through, going to give themselves quite a rough, but the stun check here for Jodra gets that kill onto Wadu, then that makes it a 4v5. And again, DVK overextending, really unnecessary in here for them right now. They just have to wait for this bomb plant to be initiated. And now, since you're on a 4v5, you have to get that trade. Jodra gets taken down, but Steve on the flank here once again takes R7K, and Impunity are aware of the situation that they're in, but they managed to kill Steve.
But for DVK, they already get that information from Steve that the rotation from Impunity might be imminent for that Bravo side. And a fast push coming in from Epox, but might be greeted by Teffy. And Teffy has been so good in this search and destroy, just giving so much firepower and sniping skills for his team. He's very much aware that it could be that push in through that backside and also in through that mid connector to try and get those kills down. Teffy is going to have this timing really good, but he keeps on going into 2 different angles and he just becomes a little bit too distracted.
And the timing from DVK there was actually perfect here as well. Now it's time for Dawn to try to clutch this one off, but Epox there getting that trade, and it will continue the consecutive win here at this rounds, favoring DVK. That's 5 in a row now, and Impunity just keeps on getting taken down at this point. I mean, they had the best chance at winning that round number 5, but the timing from Teffy did not really work the wonder there at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really difficult because he had to worry about 2 angles, right? So he kept on going back and forth. The timing is just not with him. Now, a heavy push coming in from Impunity in through that mid side, but they're just going to be a little bit quiet. Only 1 player left there. That's Gurking. Will be met by 2 players of DVK, and Wadu gets the better of Teffy, able to get rid of him. A long wraparound in the flank is going to happen. That's one thing that DVK has always been doing here, and Impunity just has no answer to the flanks.
And the moment that DVK Oblivion really had, like the confidence to take these players down, they will always try to push the wound. And you can see here, they just keep on pushing on this defensive sides, not really thinking of what potential outcomes it will do, but they still win it anyway. 6-0 as we switch the sides.
1 more round for DVK. And Impunity has a long way to go in order to even just equalize everything. DVK now going to be on the attacking side. Immunity for this team, just because they have so much lives to play with. It's just going to be so difficult. The information already given. The rotation coming in from Impunity going to be right there. A 3-man push going in from that backside would still be met by these two players. Tefi can still definitely deal some damage because DVK did not clear out the angles yet.
But they did take care of the guy in the main tunnel, making this one a 4v3, 5v3 situation. And Epox with the scope, they will find R7K at the alleyway, and just like that, it's gonna be 7-0. Back-to-back 7-0s for the day. You really hate to see it.
It doesn't matter if they don't clear out the top yellow side. Doesn't matter. They just still win the gunfights. They still get a free plat anyway. And the really quick, lightning quick response from DVK Oblivion is right there, just because they know they can. I'm pretty sure they won't be that reckless up against a team like Omega, up against a team like LOWKINGS. So that is impressive to see up against DVK Oblivion. Now they're going to be heading out in this series with a lead, a 2-0 lead, points that they so desperately need in this competition. And now we're going to be heading things towards that control. But for now, let's take a look at what we have when it comes to the scoreline. Man, Impunity could just not catch a break. The flanks, the overextensions from DVK, yes, they were punished at times, but they still closed it out at 7-0, man.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the amount of kills that Impunity has in these 4 players and compare it to Badman still has a lot more kills, and it's the, you know, like the inner depth of Impunity to get kills at the first 2 maps is really the main source of the problem here. If you cannot win your gunfights, you can't really find a way to win rounds and rotations, right? And DVK Oblivion just showcasing what potentially they could bring here up against Immunity by winning the first 2 maps, and it has always been either Wadu or Badman. And you know what, DVK, after what just happened here, the first 2 maps coming at control raid, it could potentially be a sweep just by looking at the performance of Impunity right now.
And we're going into raid as we bring out the maps and modes and the score lines of the day. Takeoff 39 and 250, 0 in Tunisia. It's just a difficult scoreline to see for Impunity. And now we're taking things to raid, where it is a pretty good map mode for DVK Oblivion because they brought it down into a round number 5 up against EZR Booky. That is a really close scoreline where if they started out on a different side, on the defensive side, maybe things would have been different. They could have scored at least 1 up against EZR, but now things are so good at raid for this team. They've played it every single time, and what we mentioned a while ago already for Impunity, they haven't played raid control yet.
And this is going to be like a bit of a mix in their favor in it right now. You just give DVK Oblivion like the best confidence that they've had all throughout the 4 days of like live action after getting beat down by obviously the top 3 in the leaderboard right now. You give them this source of confidence and they're gonna take it from you and steal away the maps, just like what we saw here at map number 2. So potential snowball here can be lined up by the side of DVK Oblivion to finally end this series with a sweep. But I still have hopes for Impunity to at least win a round here. Has to be a lot tighter on those rotations, especially at that mid-map here at Raid.
It is just mind games at the very end of the day. That's why we were saying how, number 1, it even starts in the map picks. That's how early the mind games start. And when you're already in that mid game, you got to see that DVK was kind of toying with Impunity just a tiny bit. I'm just hoping that Impunity is able to bounce back from there because, again, we don't want to single out any team, right? We haven't seen them here, so that's why I'm excited to see how they will perform here in Raid Control to kind of just give us a tiny bit of a look because it just really seems like they possibly could give us a show here, and I feel like this is the best mode that they have so far because they brought it down into a game number 5 when they were in Crossroads, so hopefully they are able to bring down the fire, kind of forget what happened in that firing range, in that hard point, because this is definitely still a chance for them to clinch a win.
We go, final map of the day, final game of the series. Impunity starting on the attack side, Wadu and DVK starting it all off by getting that laundries in their favor. Number 1 in Badman already securing the galleries, and they're going to be able to defend the first set of gunfights here at this B site, forcing Impunity to try to scramble around and get some source of control on towards that mid map. But Badman, he just got let loose and already on a 5 spree.
And it is going to be an early spawn trap coming in from DVK at the moment. It is going to be Jada that will try to stop it, but it is still DVK trying to go in there for that early win here in this round. 25 and 14 is going to be your life count, and it's just so difficult for Impunity to try and escape. The sieve is just right there getting all of these kills down, and it will be so difficult for them to try and clutch up, especially with how much lives are left in between them.
Oh my god, 7 life counts, make that 6. This is just absolute dominance coming in for DVK Oblivion as Wadu and the squad just continues to trap the players at the garage. Epox, even with the scope, gets some shots to lock in through. Impunity down to their final 2 players. Gurking has to leave the last heap of contest at 2v17. It takes quite a miracle to make this one happen as this clock seriously winding down as well. DVK got this one in the back.
2v15 with 1 second left on the clock is just going to be impossible for Impunity. DVK, hot start. This is something we saw a while ago. We saw it in that Tunisia search and destroy where they were just absolutely up in Impunity's face. We need to see a response from Impunity. So far, they don't have any kind of score streaks at the ready. On the other side of things, DVK slowly just trying to fill up their operators and score streaks as well. Fast push coming in through that Bravo side where Impunity is trying to go air mano a mano, but so far, it's still going to be DVK winning majority of the gunfights, and they're going to be putting that first tick of progress in Bravo down. Not just that, they're also trying to mow down, trying to get that spawn trap early on, but they will be denied.
They will be obviously seeing Impunity's struggle at that hard round number 1. They tried to make sure to replicate the same sort of setup that they had, but that's not gonna work here as Impunity was able to escape the spawns, and that's gonna be a big win for them. But that life count still dwindling down to their final 17 compared to DVK, who currently has 26 in their favor. The spawn trap here by Batman and his wombo combo duo Auro holding down the T-keys is gonna let Impunity spawn towards that basketball court, which will make it easier for DVK to get his eliminations.
And when it comes to the eliminations, it's 21 and 10 yet again. It's just Impunity is going to be outgunned. So far, their only hope was Gurking and their operator skills to try and equalize all of the points. 1:50 to play with for DVK to try and catch their first tick of progression here in Alpha, but with just 4 lives left for Impunity, it just seems like it will be such a difficult task to do. Drada, going to be the only person left in his team that is very close, gets shut down by Badman. He is on a 5 spree, but Tefi able to kind of just deny that in a 1v16 with just the second tick of progress down, and that information already given to DVK, and they are speed running this control, and we keep saying this word because these teams are just trying to rush the competition.
Yeah, as much as possible, you would want to have an even match, right? But DVK at this round has managed to consistently go for a spawn trap here up against Impunity, and for a team that wants to build momentum, if you're getting spawn trap consistently, it's not gonna favor your guide type of gameplay as much as you can. And you can see for DVK, they're not even going for the challenge at this point at neither of the sides. They just want to go in for the flank, get that flank, get that spawn trap setup locked in using the flank advantage, and as soon as that happens, you can see number 4 and Sieve waiting for players to spawn.
Epox brings out the Gravity Vortex gun so early into the competition, is shut down by Gurking, so that is just going to be a wasted opportunity for that Gravity Vortex, and Gurking is just trying to get that information down. Unfortunately for him, he won't be able to find any more progress whatsoever in that ace side. And now, as we slowly rush in through it, it's actually DVK that is kind of slowing down the pace, and something that is you don't really get to see that in the first 2 rounds, but they're just a little bit more patient here this time around in this round number 3.
Yeah, mostly looking to try to play more on the defense here at this B side. because they knew that there are a lot of resources being stacked by Impunity. And then since they have managed to take care of those players, they funnel them down over towards the generator spawn. And now they're looking to try to make a push here at this A side. Kitchen control will still be held by DVK as E-Box get that kill onto Gurking. And they're going to go for the flag here. Batman, he's going to be the playmaker. He gets that wrap around. Finds this 2 kills to obviously stop the push being made here by Impunity. So now they dwindled them down to their final 10 lives.
10 lives versus the 20 that DVK has. And now for Impunity, though, they do have a chance to win this via objective. Just a single tick of progress left on both, but they need to be sneaky. But it's just going to be so difficult with Aura right there. But with R7K able to shut them down with a claw, it's definitely doable. Badman has the advantage of that scope.
Oh my.
Still shut down though by R7K. And again, they can actually win this via objective. They need to play this to perfection. This player number 3 though, Dawn, unfortunately loses an essential gunfight, and that was the life that they needed. Things are going to be even way more difficult now as a 2v9 will not ensue, and DVK wins this control in such a convincing fashion and just mowed down the competition with that 3-0.
And that will be their first serious win here at the group stage. So think like a team that has a lot amount of talent here really struggling at the first 3 days says a lot on how strong this group of death really is. But now that they have won their first, can we see more? They're going to be facing E8 Nova on their next live broadcast. And for DVK Oblivion, they have to be consistent and they have to win their remaining series to have a chance to score the top 4. But so far here at the post-game breakdown, Badman goes back-to-back with 30 kills and 11 deaths. This is the guy that really rushes into like the enemy position. We saw him holding down the island near the basketball court, and he's holding down the garage as well at the defensives, at the attack side, and he is the playmaker here for the squad. And obviously for Impunity, their gunfights showed some presence, but their stacking needs a lot of work.
And it really was especially hard in the first 2 rounds where Impunity was just being spawn trapped. I feel like that 3rd round could have easily been won because they were putting ticks of progression in that Bravo side and that Alpha side. That was sign of life. Even though that they lost out when it comes to the lives, it could have been a huge win for them. I think that was that one person trying to win that gunfight in the last few seconds in that A side. But unfortunately for them, there's still a lot of things to kind of work on when it comes to, number 1, their mechanical skills individually, but also their plays as a team. As we look at the maps and modes for the last time today, it is 250 and 39 for Takeoff, Tunisia, 7-0, and now for Raid a 3-0, and also essentially a 3-0 in the series. But that also on the flip side gives DVK their first W.
And they have to, again, just like what we mentioned earlier, they have to make sure they win their next 2 games in E8 Nova and Savage Doctor. And if they're going to be able to be successful in that matchup, they have to go up against Smart Omega at the final day of Group B group stage.
Man,
and that will determine who will be getting that top 4 spot.
And the crazy part is DVK is going up against, I guess, in a way, easier competition before they meet Smart Omega. On the flip side of things, Smart Omega is having a very difficult time in these group stages. So it's a crazy realization to have, kind of scary. And you wouldn't be comfortable if you're Omega, right? Because you're also seeing the Broke Boys also doing a phenomenal job at their run. And that is a pat in the back for that team. So no one is safe here in Group B. DVK, Smart Omega. There's a lot of names to be thrown out there. So it is pretty exciting stuff here. And I'm glad to see that even at the very end of the group stage, we have something to look forward to.
And obviously here at this standings at the Group B, Broke Boys Club pretty much will lock in their standings at the playoffs because they're going up against Impunity, E8 Nova, and Savage Doctor, which is basically easier opponents compared to like their first half of the schedule. So potentially a top 3 placement that we're looking here for Broke Boys Club. So it really had to go down for Smart Omega. It really has to go down between Smart Omega as well as DVK Oblivion to get that top 4 at this group of death?
The group of death, man. There's so much death here. There's so much, either it's really close or really far, nothing in between, man. Especially for today, where everything just is topsy-turvy. And I like that even at the very end, we don't know what is going to happen. So looking at the highlights, this is something of a gameplay that we kind of knew it was going to be far off, but I kind of expected Impunity to have a little bit more adjustments, and it just seems like it wasn't as close this time around, because especially in day number 2, yeah, they were able to kind of keep that crossroads strike rate. It was pretty close, right? But here in Raid, that's just not the case. DVK was very much up in their face every single time.
And this is what you really have to expect to a team that really have to go down to a map number 5 up against EZR at the map of Raid. So for Impunity, I feel like they should have banned the map here entirely just to prevent this map from being chosen, because for DVK, as much as possible, if that raid is open, they would likely try to drag you on that kind of map because they feel confident and they knew the ins and outs here at this map. So now that's said and done with, let's take a look at our MVP, and that's going to be Badman. 25.67 average kill with a 2.75 KD ratio. This is the player that DVK needs to stay consistent at the remaining days for them to have a chance to take top 4.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the MVP of the game, we already said his name a while ago. Badman is just so good at being a slayer. He provides a lot of firepower when it comes down to really just those respawns as well. So when it comes to the map selection, we already kind of talked about it a lot today. It's just so important, and I will say it yet again. First series, LOWKINGS versus Smart Omega. The LOWKINGS had the upper hand of choosing those maps, and they chose maps that has never been played in this Garena Masters 5. On the other side of the things, we saw, I think it was EA Nova and Savage Doctors, where EA Nova had a repeat map setup when it comes to Omega. Apocalypse, Firing Range, and Crossroads, they lost that in a very convincing fashion. The same case was added here. Initially, when I first saw that, I thought it was a great thing. Okay, maybe they finally studied up, but no, it seems to be like they're still lagging behind when it comes to it. And the last point is the same thing here for Impunity versus DVK Oblivion, where you kind of wonder, why was Raid still part of the map pool? Why wasn't it banned out on the side of Impunity? So that is definitely still step number 1. A lot of these teams still need to find a way to just kind of efficiently just do that map mode ban selection here, Callie.
And I think that's what separates the best teams from mediocre teams, right? Because obviously you're going to be able to filter out the maps that will give you like a higher odds of winning the game and lower odds of winning the game. If you're really struggling at this map, you just ban it out entirely. And obviously here at this best of 3, you get to ban 2 maps each at Hardpoint and SND, and 1 map at that control. And that should have been like the wake-up call for teams to ban their weakest map and what could be the strongest maps that DVK has inside the game.
There you go. When it comes to being just present there, it is really the smallest of margins sometimes, where a team that is very much professional, knowing very well how to handle pressure, right? Making those mid-game adjustments and also having map selections already under your belt. We already asked them a while ago, the team of LOWKINGS, when we were doing the interview, how was the map veto process for you guys? They were like, oh yeah, Olea did it for us. I mean, before we woke up, it was already ready. It was like, wow, that is just a sign of a really good, well-oiled machine that I already keep saying this time around. Just because there's a system already ongoing, the coach, the brains of the operation, has it down to the T. Everyone else, though, the players need to find a way to kind of connect with each other. The comms need to be quick. Again, it's a team effort here.
And now we're going to be able to go back into our caster screen and now go for an interview. Hopefully my face won't be delayed here, because I don't want to miss out on this interview, because we're going to be able to interview my team, DVK Oblivion. They finally won a game, so that's great for them to do. We're going to be interviewing Auro. So this guy is also in a recent addition coming here for DVK Oblivion. He was part of the...
Oh, for C8.
Yeah, from C8. Yeah. And
Wow,
since
I
Bench
miss
couldn't,
him.
yeah, since Bench couldn't really play at all in like this Green Masters 5, having Arrow here who plays similarly with Bench actually is a great puzzle piece for them. And now, Arrow, how are you doing, man? Great job on the win.
Hey Kali, hello Beef Mommy, I'm good. Thank you.
Oh man, long time no see, Ara. I miss you all already. The last time we saw each other, that was a long, long time ago. But congratulations on your first win here in Garena Masters 5, which if you were watching the broadcast already, I mentioned that you guys could have had even more points, but you had to go up against Broke Boys Club first, LOWKINGS, and then EZR in your first 3 days. I said that it's just going to be a speed run from you guys from now on up until your matchup against Smart Omega on the last day of the group stages. How are you guys preparing for that matchup to possibly even go top 4 in this competition?
We are really trying our best to prepare for that top 4 spot. Given that we still have Omega to defeat, we're still trying to improve our gunfights, our tactical strats, and our mindsets.
Okay. Okay, Arrow, since you're gonna be here at this interview, right? Do you have anyone that you want to shout out before, before we say goodbye?
Shout out to my friends and family, to my team who's watching right now, and to all the DVK supporters. Shout out.
Okay.
I love that answer. I mean, I'm gonna have to let you go. You guys did an amazing job. I feel like you guys should definitely celebrate this W. This is definitely an impressive start of the competition for you guys. So yes, thank you so much, Oro. We'll see you soon. Hopefully we get to interview you a little bit more here in Garena Masters 5.
Thank you.
Okay, Callie. That's it. This is the
Hey.
final stretch. We're already done here, and it's still pretty impressive that we ended at 9 p.m. I fully expected this day to end at around 10 p.m. But again, it's
Yeah.
still a speedy run for a lot of these teams right now.
I mean, 3 games ended up with a sweep. Only that match number 2 between EZR and Broke Boys Club had to go up until, very close games. But now that these games are said and done, we can actually see and define what the leaderboards are looking like. Smart Omega, after getting that loss up against WPM LOWKINGS, puts them in a bad spot right now as their place number 4.
I mean, if you're Smart Omega, you just are not comfortable in that type of situation. So when it comes to it, I feel like for Smart Omega, they went up against pretty much difficult teams in Broke Boys Club and also EZR, but they still and LOWKINGS rather, and they still have to go up against EZR, which is also a very difficult team to go up against. And like we mentioned, DPK is slowly becoming a team that is so much more reputable into this competition and halfway point. So as we're looking at today's schedule, WPM LOWKINGS takes that W up against Smart Omega, providing that 3-0, using these new maps to their advantage. On the second hand, EZR Booky going up against the Broke Boys Club, where they were able to get 1 point up against EZR, and every single time in all game modes, it was very back and forth. That also is a bright spot for the Broke Boys Club, knowing very well that they have been preparing so well in this competition, and that they could really go head to head up against these top teams, becoming a top team of their own.
I'm looking forward to how well they would do from here on out, because they eventually just finished like the first half of their competition. They face mostly the top dogs in the competition, and now they get to face E8, Savage Doctor, and Impunity up next. So that could potentially put them into a top 3 spot, where we see number 1 and number 2 is still going to be a mix between WPM LOWKINGS and EZR Booky. But what's open here right now is that top 4, which will be between Smart Omega and DVK Oblivion.
And it really is a exciting thing to have at the very end of this group stages. Of course, it has to be DVK Oblivion versus Smart Omega, the two teams that could be vying for that fourth spot. And now for Smart Omega, they're just gonna slowly see DVK be winning all of their matches up until the very end where they have to meet each other. Next up, they're going to be seeing each other on the 27th, I believe. So it's still a lot of time for them to kind of just find their footing just a tad bit, right? You can see here on the standings that what we mentioned already, Smart Omega being toe-to-toe right now with the Broke Boys Club, which is something that you did not expect in this competition at all. DVK jumps up a bit and just kind of overthrows E8 Nova just a tad bit, having that one win for E8 Nova. It's still pretty much better than Impunity's number, but yeah, I'm looking forward to the next schedule for the next set of teams, especially for tomorrow.
Tomorrow's going to be a big one, especially between WPM LOWKINGS and EZR BOOKY. We're going to start the day off with a bang once again, and we're going to be ending off into a very good note until the very end, right? But for Smart Omega, the key thing here for them is just they just have to win up against Savage Doctor and maybe steal away that EZR BOOKY matchup, which will be coming in by next week. If they can get that win, they will eventually lock down at least a top 4 spot, and DVK Oblivion's chances of getting a top 4 would eventually diminish. And that right there is gonna be a thing that we have to look forward to in the coming days.
So many unanswered questions here in Group B, man. Like what you mentioned already, WPM LOWKINGS up against EZR BOOKY on Sunday. That is going to be super exciting, and we're just going to see DVK and Smart Omega just slowly winning some of their matches until at the very end it's going to be very much clutch. But tomorrow we actually have August 26th. We have Group A to go head-to-head again. So still a lot of Call of Duty Mobile Garena gameplay here. I'm super excited to see all of it. But man, what did you feel about today? What was the most important lesson that you learned here today, Callie?
For me, honestly, it has to be the map bans and picks, because that's where you will determine how you're going to be able to win the games, right? That's step 1. Step 2 is just playing the game. And if things go to worse, you have to rely on your gun skills to back you up.
Yeah. Wise words coming in from the analyst man himself, Cali Gaming, but there's still going to be way more action in the incoming days here for the weekend. You're going to be set. You're going to have so much fun. There's a lot of gunfights and a lot of shouting going to be happening, but for now, we're going to have to say goodbye. It has been an absolute pleasure casting for you guys. Once again, it has been Beef Mommy and Cali Gaming here on the mic. We'll see you tomorrow for Group A. Stay tuned.